Fox 41933, elevator incident 8350.
All right, test 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Cross Street, Pikeville.
This is live stream here, Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. It's the 190th day of the year. It's currently 2236Z, 636 local. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning out here in around Washington, D.C. Okay, we've got about 1 million people under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're watching it go through. The weather intensity score threshold today was 98. We're currently at 97. We expect it's going to go over here for a little while. So we're going live. It's been a while since we've been live, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be covering the severe weather here for the next couple of hours. I don't know exactly how long we will be live, but let me know in the chat if you can see me, if you can hear me, if everything's going good. One of the big things that I wanted to come on the air for to cover, honestly, is the flooding. I think that, it's on everybody's mind right now, and rightfully so. And we've got a pretty significant chance for flooding tonight. So, we're going to be here for you as far as that goes. This is what we're looking at as far as the flood risk tonight. We got a moderate risk from the Storm Prediction Center from about Greensboro, North Carolina, all the way up through Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia. And that's pretty much the part of the storm that we're tracking right now. Once again, this is what it looks like out there in the Washington, D.C. area. Let me throw this up on the radar for you. We're currently looking at this, warning in particular here. For Montgomery County, Maryland, Arlington County, Virginia, Fairfax County, Virginia, and the city of Alexandria County in Virginia. So it's actually getting kind of plumb wild out there. Do we have anybody watching in the Washington, D.C. area? It looks to me like it's getting, pretty intense out there. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's your average everyday severe thunderstorm, but it's impacting a lot of people here. And once again, we've got an extremely heavy rain threat that goes along with this. Hearing tons of reports of like trees down and stuff too. That's what you're hearing in the background, by the way, if you hear the scanner audio.
EMS level 3, 7418. Spring Village Drive, Canterbury Square, 230.
Also, a gas tank behind a residence is reportedly exploding and spewing gas. That's in Davidson County, North Carolina. That was just something that was heard over the scanner. So there is actually a lot going on. It is getting plumb wild out there. So the whiz has went plumb out the wazoo here. So we're tracking these storms as they go through Washington, D.C., and then also several areas in North Carolina. A lot of the damage reports and stuff that are coming in are actually from North Carolina. Here is a warning over here in Catawba and Iredell counties in North Carolina. Our largest warning right now in North Carolina is going to be over here for Alamance, Davidson, and Forsyth counties in North Carolina. This one's actually covering a pretty populous area. We've got about 800,000 people under a severe thunderstorm warning here. And what I want you guys to know, once again, flooding is on everybody's mind right now, right? This is actually one of the places that I would be really concerned about as far as flooding goes in the near future. Notice how these storms, we're seeing some really bright reflectivity here. We're seeing lots of purples, lots of pinks. This is an area that is prone to flooding. And then also, the reason why we're seeing such high reflectivity here is not because we've got hail or even a significant amount of wind. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds possible out here. These storms are just juiced up, okay? They're packed full of moisture and rainfall, and that's what we're seeing over here. I think we might actually see a flash flood event develop here between Winston-Salem and Greensboro that actually might be somewhat significant over the next few hours. Notice how the storms are still building in intensity, and they're not moving very much. This place is already seen a bunch of rain, so prepare for flooding here over the next little bit over here in Alamance, Davidson, Forsyth counties in North Carolina. Now, Some places that are in the path of the severe thunderstorm side of this, it's going to be the James B. Dudley High School, the Moses H. Memorial Hospital. We've got the Piedmont International Airport over there, and of course, the Victory Mountain Camp. We've got lots of camp sites, lots of campgrounds out here. Victory Mountain is one of those. We've got to be aware of the fact that we're going to have some potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through, but also a flash flood threat is going to be possible over here as well. So we've got Victory Mountain Campsite, Oak Hollow, and then MST Campsite. And then back over here towards the Washington, D.C. area, we're still watching things kind of get a little plumb wild with the winds and stuff out here, too. It's actually, once again, it's a severe thunderstorm. It's nothing world-ending, but it's definitely probably leading to some isolated power outages and stuff like that out there. So we've got widespread reports of trees down in Rockingham County. That's, I believe, in North Carolina. We've got numerous primary and secondary roads blocked right now. A significant travel disruptions going on in North Carolina. And this is on Hancock Road, Panel Road, and Stagecoach Road out there in North Carolina. So lots of stuff going on in North Carolina. I will see if I can find a better feed to listen. I guess Randolph County is probably what we need to be listening to. So I'll keep that kind of quiet in the background there. But if you're just now tuning in, we've got a bunch of stuff going on in North Carolina. We also got a daggone severe thunderstorm warning down here for about 700,000 people in down here near Richmond, Virginia. Okay, so this is Amelia, Chesterfield, Goochland,
if you will.
Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, Nottoway, and Richmond County in Virginia. Okay, so this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and once again, a very good chance of some very strong rain or heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding. That's one of the reasons why we're live today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another reason why we're live today is because that right there, we got a daggone tornado warning over here for, honestly, a very populated area over here right in the middle of Washington, D.C. Check this out. We got some rotation that's just popped up over here in the District of Columbia. Okay, tornado warning currently in effect here for the District of Columbia, and this is also for Montgomery and Prince George's counties in Maryland. So we're going to want you to take shelter if you haven't already. Daggone, son. All right, once again, tornado warning currently in effect here for the District of Columbia. This includes Howard University, Washington Hospital, okay, and also all the way up there towards Tacoma Park. Let me see if I can close out of this, reopen it. Okay, yeah. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got ourselves a tornado warning here for about 50,000 people in the District of Columbia, specifically on the north side of town. This goes up towards Mount Rainier and Tacoma Park. We've got places like the Friendship PCS School in the path here, the MedStar Washington Hospital Center, and the Washington Adventist Hospital Heliport. All of these places are in the path here. Some other places to consider here or the Washington or the WHC Children's Hospital. That's also in the path as well. So take shelter if you're out here in Washington, D.C. Now, this is associated with the larger severe thunderstorm that's impacting the entire Washington, D.C. area. This is bringing about 60-mile-per-hour winds that will come up towards Greenbelt, Landover, and Kettering as well. And this is, this is kind of what it looks like out there. It's a pretty dangerous time of day for there to be a tornado out here. Every camera that I'm looking at is just completely, it's just completely full of traffic. Let me see if I can't find anything else here. Yeah, I've got several, views of the Washington, D.C. area here. What's kind of amusing is if you look at like all the little yellow dots, that's where we have cameras. It's like literally the one place where we don't have any cameras over here is in the tornado warning polygon. So we can't see it, but we do have some rotation over here, specifically right over Howard University. That's where our tornado warning is, and that's moving up towards Michigan Park, University Heights, and Chillum. So take shelter now if you haven't already. This is going to be a dangerous storm, at least for the next 14 minutes. At least for the next 14 minutes. Now, I also want to take us back down here towards Richmond, Virginia, because we continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning down here. And this is going to be for the next 29 minutes. We've got 700,000 people in the path of 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I actually see a pretty good indication here of those winds. Like I actually see that on radar. If I zoom in here, you can see right around Amelia Courthouse, we've got those brighter greens. Those are moving over towards Skin Quarter and Winterpock. Almost certainly some 60-mile-per-hour winds moving in there. So get ready in Richmond. This is going to be a dangerous storm as it comes in. And what else we got? Of course, we've got the greater, severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds the tornado warning up here. This is moving up towards Greenbelt, Landover, and Kettering with the 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back in North Carolina, I got to talk about our friends over here near Winston-Salem and Greensboro again. You guys are getting hit pretty hard right now by some damaging winds. In fact, we've got several damaging wind reports up here. Tree down on Bethel Church Road, multiple trees down in Whitty Road. Tree down near Bellows Creek Road. So the wind's definitely a thing, but I'm telling y'all, the thing that you've really got to watch out for down here around Greensboro is I don't like what I'm seeing at all, is the flooding. Like this is almost certainly going to lead to some sort of a considerable flash flooding event over the next few hours between Winston-Salem, Durham, and Raleigh. Get ready for it. If you live in a flood-prone area, if you live somewhere where it flooded the other day, it is going to flood again. I can't tell you, exactly how bad it's going to be or anything like that. But I mean, this has flood written all over it. If I've ever seen a flooding situation developing, this is it. Okay. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Maryland. We've got 12 minutes left on it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The rotation on radar isn't incredibly impressive. Let's go inspect it on the WeatherWise app. We'll try to look at some of these terminal radars. Hopefully you guys have the WeatherWise app and you're following along over there. If you click on the KLWX radar, that's the main National Weather Service radar over here that we're using. But WeatherWise actually has these little terminal radars that are a little bit more, detailed, that you can kind of see a little bit closer. I'm still not seeing anything terribly concerning. I mean, you can see the rotation. You can see what we are looking at as far as where our tornado warnings come from. But I don't see any. I personally can't verify a tornado by looking at this. You know what I'm saying? So this is a radar indicated, I would say, precautionary tornado warning at this point. But you should still be taking shelter, especially right there around the Catholic University of America, up towards Chillum and Tacoma Park. This is a tornado warning that's going to be in effect for the next 11 minutes. Population 45,000 there. Honestly, I love this tornado warning polygon. I wish more National Weather Service offices would do this. It's very tight. It's very localized as to where they think the best tornado threat is. A lot of times they'll just put a big polygon out there that covers 18 counties and 90% of the people don't have anything to worry about. But, for whatever reason, they like to do that. But these guys are not doing that, and that's good. So if you're inside of the polygon here, we need to be taking shelter as we do have a tornado warning in effect. All right, let me see. I've been working on the YallBot algorithm here. All right, YallBot, pick our best cameras. Go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this one right here, I actually really enjoy this one. This is probably my YallBot. You did a really good job on this one. I think that we're going to be able to help a lot of people out by showing this one on the air here. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, please consider liking and sharing our stream here so we can get this important information out to as many people as possible. We're going to be on the air here. I don't know how long we're going to be on the air. Once again, we are live because our weather intensity score exceeded the threshold for going live today. So we're going to be here as long as we're above that threshold. All right. So we do expect storms to continue through the Washington, D.C. area. We're going to be watching you in Philadelphia, Baltimore. We're going to be watching Richmond, Virginia, obviously, all the way over towards southeastern portions of Virginia. And then, of course, as the storms progress from the Winston-Salem and Charlotte area back over towards Raleigh, we will be watching the storms over there as well. And we've got some other pockets of storms that we're watching down all the way through Florida. And then on top of all that, we also have something else that we haven't even mentioned yet. Probably the biggest severe weather threat that we have today is not even over here. It's up here. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather in South Dakota and a little bit of Nebraska today. Storm chaser Brandon Kopic's out there. So if we get anything cool, we will go over here and cover this as well. Right now, for the most part, things I wouldn't say are tame, but there's no emergencies over here. But we are going to cover these warnings as well today, if we need to. Okay. A huge shout out to 3 Orion 33. For the incredibly generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to that guy. That guy's awesome. Hey, you didn't have to do that. Thank you for that. Soda says, I'm sitting on my porch with my laptop watching the weather. Soda, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back over here and let's get another update on that tornado warning that continues over here in Maryland. We've got 8 minutes left on this thing. 8 minutes left. The MedStar Washington Hospital is in the path. Take shelter. I'm going to have to work on these cameras. Y'all just about plumb ruined everything there. All right, let's see. Let's give it another chance. I think, honestly, it's doing a good job of picking the locations. We've just actually lost power. In a lot of these spots. So that, it kind of makes sense why we wouldn't have good camera options there. All right. That one's good. This one's good. All right. We're filling her back out here. So if you're just now tuning in, we are tracking several storms that are causing all kinds of problems in Maryland and Virginia and down into North Carolina. So if you know anybody out there, please let them know that we're on the air because, hey, listen, nobody's on the air, right? Nobody was on the air when we went live before the tornado warning was issued, right? And then, of course, your local TV guys and stuff, they go on the air, and we support them. If you want to watch them, 100% watch them. Like this is not a competition. But one of the value propositions that we have here, I think, as one of the reasons for our channel and the reasons why we go live is a lot of times we're live before the flood, before the tornado warning. So if you know anybody that might need that little bit of extra heads up, let them know that we're here for them. All right, so population 45,000. Let's check in on some of these other warnings. I do want to talk about the flash flood warning again. And by the way, I would like to encourage anybody that's watching to send photos and stuff. We've been getting pretty good at showing your photos and videos that you've sent in. And Frank, I don't know if you've got any help. Let me know if I need to stop promoting this. But if you guys want to send us pictures over at pics@ryanhallyall.com, if you can do so safely, we'll show your damage photos and your flooding photos and stuff on the air here. And it actually helps us tell the story of what's going on. So if you're experiencing any sort of flooding in the Greensboro or High Point area, please consider sending us stuff over there at pics@ryanhallyall.com or Twitter @ryanhallyall on Twitter. That works too. But yeah, I do think that flooding is going to be a big deal here around Greensboro. Let's hope that this clears up and it kind of forms a cold pool and we see a kind of a Boeing line segment that goes a little bit faster. But if that stuff sticks around, it's going to lead to some pretty significant flooding, I'm afraid. All right, we got another severe thunderstorm warning down here. I want to mention this is for Mecklenburg County, Virginia, Clarksville, Virginia. Make sure you guys are getting into your safe spot indoors and away from windows. All right. 5 minutes left on our tornado warning up here. 5 minutes. Okay, something tells me that camera in the middle there, something tells me that's not current. This is literally a half a mile down the street. Yep, that one might be a little bit out of date there. Maybe just a little bit, yeah. So if you're just now tuning in, this is what it looks like out there right now in Maryland near this tornado warning. Okay. So outside of the tornado threat, it is just a really strong storm. Okay. Like if you're in Greenbelt, for example, you're going to feel this, whether you get hit by a tornado or not, you're going to feel the impacts from this. Same thing can be said up there towards the Bowie area, Mitchellville, all these places near Washington, D.C. We're going to continue to have impacts here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for 500,000 people over here in Anne Arundel and Prince George's counties. So take shelter, get indoors and away from windows. This is the storm that just went through Washington, D.C. It's now moving up into the Audenton, Glen Burnie, Annapolis, and Severna Park area. And once again, I want to show you guys this. One of the main reasons we're live right now is obviously we're concerned about the severe weather. We're concerned about the tornadoes. We're concerned about the damaging winds and all that stuff. But one of the big things that we're going to be tracking tonight, if it develops, is flooding. And if you're in the red here, we have to be hyper vigilant about flash flooding tonight. That includes areas between Winston-Salem and Raleigh. That includes Roanoke, Lynchburg, Richmond, Fredericksburg, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Philadelphia. So this is our excessive rainfall outlook tonight. We've got a slight risk of severe weather down here. That's kind of what we're talking about right now. And we've also got our big enhanced risk of severe weather back there in South Dakota. So all of this has come together to lead us to go live today. A little bit, even the slight risk up here in Montana factors into the daily outlook score, which sets the threshold for the weather intensity score, which was broken, and hence we're here. Okay, so let me show you that. 106.1, that's the weather intensity score right now. The threshold was 98. So, and it looks like things are going to kind of stay pretty steady for the next 30 minutes or so. Do we have anybody watching in Washington, D.C.? How's it going out there? The storm should be moving out. But my goodness, look at this. We just got a huge severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. This one's for Alamance, Chatham, Davidson, Durham, Forsyth, Granville, Guilford, Orange, Person, Randolph, and Vance counties in North Carolina. We've got a whopping 1.5 million people in the path of this one. So it does look to me like the National Weather Service is expecting, at least to some degree, that this is going to turn into more of a linear feature and start moving down to the south and east. And that's good news if you're in Winston-Salem or in Greensboro. Okay, if this level of precipitation stays over this area for too long, we are going to have a considerable flash flooding event. We want it to move faster, but what's going to happen is if these storms do start moving fast, if they start kind of racing towards Raleigh, then we're going to have another problem on our hands, and that's going to be widespread damaging winds. So either way we go here, it's a lose-lose situation in North Carolina right now. I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy or anything, but if these storms stay put, we're going to have a really bad flash flooding situation over here between Asheboro and Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Burlington. If they start moving pretty quickly, we're going to have damaging winds. Now, the good news is maybe before they get to Raleigh, the sun's going to go down and they're going to lose a lot of the energy that they need to maintain the damaging winds. But regardless, the next couple of hours are going to be really intense here between Winston-Salem and Raleigh in North Carolina. So once again, if you know anybody out there, let them know that we're on the air. We're covering this. I know a lot of people out there were just recently hit by flooding. They're probably pretty concerned about what could happen now. By the way, we got the Y'all Squad on the way. Y'all Squad is going to be also, obviously, we're doing a bunch of stuff in Texas, but we're also going to be doing stuff in North Carolina because we're, it was really bad over there the other day as well. And it looks like it's going to happen again. If not today, tomorrow, there's another chance that we have some significant rain and stuff too. So, but speaking of flash flooding, we just got a flash flood warning for the Richmond area. So Chesterfield, Hanover, Henrico, and City of Richmond. All these places are under a flash flood warning. There's about 1 million people here. So get ready in Richmond for flash flooding. It's coming. Official Logan says, "Hey Ryan, I love weather." Me too, if you can't tell. It's all right, it's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. Top 10 weather warnings right now. Our biggest thing that we're watching is that severe thunderstorm warning up there in Amelia, Mecklenburg, and Nottoway counties. And then we've got a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Lancaster and York counties in Pennsylvania. I don't think we've looked at that one on radar. My goodness, what kind of weather person am I? This is going to go on for the next 28 minutes. And man, every time I look at the radar, I'm just, the alarm bells are ringing for flash flooding. Like, this is the definition of a training setup. Okay. So I'm concerned about this area right in here for significant flash flooding over the next little bit. This is Lancaster and York counties in Pennsylvania. I want to be very, clear here that the immediate threat for most people is going to be damaging winds. And like you can see here, the radar or the warning has tornado possible listed on there. That's going to be what we're worried about. And like a lot of times, let's say that a tornado doesn't happen. Let's say that the winds aren't that bad. People will just stop paying attention. It's like, okay, it's raining. Let's go play Fortnite or whatever it is that we do. Then the real dangerous stuff, the flash flooding, happens after all of that. You don't need a lot of wind and a lot of tornadoes to cause flash flooding. So once people let their guard down and they're not worried about the weather anymore, that's when the waters start rising, and that's when people get caught off guard by flash flooding. You don't want that to happen to you. Just know that, especially if you live in a flood-prone area, down here between Shrewsbury, Little Britain, Oxford, over towards Westchester in Pennsylvania, this looks like a flooding situation up here as well. And it just depends on how quickly these storms move out. If it's no longer raining over here in Little Britain, let's say an hour from now, we're probably going to be fine. But if we keep this level of precipitation hitting the same areas over and over again for 2-3 hours, honestly 2.5 hours, it could lead to a considerable flash flooding situation. So we're getting some more warnings in here. Let's go check them out. New severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Harnett, Hoke, Lee, Moore, and Randolph counties in North Carolina. All right, so we got another 200,000 people here under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get indoors and away from windows out there. This is in places like Whispering Pines and Sanford and Pittsboro. We're talking about schools in the path like Pinecrest High. We've got the First Health Moore Regional Hospital in the path, the Red Oak Mobile Home Park, the Chatham RV Park, and the Moore County Airport, all in the path of potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next hour. Back up to Maryland, we got another severe thunderstorm warning out here for about 5,000 people in Anne Arundel, Calver, and Prince George's counties in Maryland. This is coming up towards Chesapeake Beach. Let me see if that camera's got anything on it. I mean, you can see the ground quite well there, but, not really what we're looking for. All right, y'all bot, let's give you another chance here. We're going to clear all the cameras. What's our best options? Go. Okay. Okay, I see. I see. I see the vision. I think I know what it's going for here. It's picking cameras out in front of the storms, not necessarily storming in any of these locations yet. But we've got cameras here in Anne Arundel, in certain places that haven't been hit yet. I get it. I get it. I'm still better. I'm still better at picking them. So, major W for humans, I guess. Once again, here's our top weather warnings right now. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up there in South Dakota, so I guess that means it's time to go look at South Dakota. So give me just a second. I'm going to manually select some cameras like a good human, like somebody who actually knows what's up, not some robot. And then also I'm going to leave some room here for Brandon. I don't know if Brandon's on that storm or not, but let's go over here and see what's up. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bennett and Jackson counties in South Dakota. 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be your main threat here. We've got 3,000 people in the path. We do have places like the Bennett County High School, the Bennett County Hospital and Nursing Home, and then also the Martin Municipal Airport. All in the path of 70-mile-per-hour winds here over the next 23 minutes. So get ready for that. Where in the heck is Kopic? He's in Bismarck. Kopic's in Bismarck. Yo, and he's got a storm. Hey, Bulls. Let's listen. Is this that little blip right here? It is. Look at this. This is what we're seeing from Kopic's point of view right there. I mean, I don't know if I've ever had a better opportunity to play this song. Oh, is that louder than usual?
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip. You can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
Underestimate a blip. We are probably going to see these blips get a little bit more blip, like they're going to do more than just be blips, okay? Especially up here in North Dakota, South Dakota. That's where we have that enhanced risk of severe weather tonight, and that's where things are going to get plumb wild, okay? Right now, things are getting kind of plumb wild in Maryland, okay, and that's why we're kind of focused on this area. But we're going to bounce back and forth. We've got Brandon Kopic out there. We also have storm chaser Ryan Scholl on a different storm in South Dakota. So we've got eyes, we've got ears, we've got fingers, and we've got toes, and we're going to keep our eyes on everything here as things continue to blow up. Speaking of blowing up, these storms out here in North Carolina are continuing to blow up here. We've got a giant severe thunderstorm warning for Alamance, Chatham, Davidson, Granville, Guilford, Orange, Person, Randolph, and Vance counties in North Carolina. 1.5 million people are under the gun for 60-mile-per-hour winds here, but I do want to emphasize once again, I think a big deal is going to be flash flooding. So if you have any flash flooding going on where you live, let us know. Send us in a photo or a video to pics@ryanhaulyall.com, and we'll share on the air here just like this. Check it out. Anonymous. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for sending in this photo from Alexandria, Virginia. You can see water's already ponding there in some areas. And eastern North Dakota. Wow. Sickly in Sickly. I hope I'm saying your name right. But that is an awesome view of a really nice looking storm in eastern North Dakota. I'm assuming a little bit earlier. 25 miles north of Bismarck. Okay. Yeah, that is that's a beautiful photo, honestly. You can see two very well defined supercells just kind of exploding back there. Look like nukes going off. And then here's a photo from Rich in East Hampton, Connecticut. Double rainbow. Y'all, in Connecticut and other portions of the Northeast, we had some pretty bad storms yesterday, and I actually was I was going to go live. We were not necessarily in standby, but I was sitting here watching it because I'm a daggone weather nerd. I watch Y'all Bot. Like whenever I'm not on the air, I just watch the weather for fun. That's what I do. I was watching Y'all Bot. Things were pretty tame. There's about 50 weather intensity scores, something like that. I decided to go with my wife to go pick up our kids from grandparents' house, which is like a 2-hour ordeal. And by the time I got back, everything was like popping off, and we probably should have went live. So just know that on days like yesterday, that's normally a time when I would go live, but I got caught off guard, just to be honest with you. But let's go back up here to the Washington, D.C. storm. Okay, so it's past Washington, D.C. now. It's moving up towards Glen Burnie, and it's still looking pretty intense here. I'm going to have to like redirect some of our cameras to get us a better view of what's going on. But this is a good kind of indication of what it looks like out there in this storm. Let's see here. We'll clear this. We'll clear that. And we will add a couple different angles here. Dang, I do think we're experiencing some power outages, maybe, because I'm having a hard time with cameras in Maryland, so it's something to keep an eye on. But yeah, severe thunderstorms, 60-mile-per-hour winds are moving up towards Severna Park here soon. Oh boy, here's some of the flooding. This is the creek behind our building in South Arlington, Virginia. So far, it's risen at least 6 feet, hoping it doesn't come over the bank. If it gets worse, I'll send another. Yeah, that's pretty... You can tell just from the photo that doesn't usually look like that. Like that water is not normally like that. It's also flowing very quickly. Also a situation where if you saw another 6-foot rise in the water, which is unlikely at this point, I think that I think that the rain is kind of letting up a little bit in this area. But if you were to see another 6-foot rise, some of those vehicles would get washed off. You know what I mean? So thanks for sending that in. Yeah, we've lost all of our Maryland cameras there. By the way, Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia. You guys are about to get hit by your storm here. It's coming in on the north side of town right now, pretty much already impacting Mechanicsville. I know we've got a lot of people that watch in Mechanicsville, so once again, if you guys can do so safely, also send us photos and reports from your all's vantage point. But man, a lot of the Virginia cameras are out. It is plumb wild. This is what it looks like just outside of Richmond as that storm comes in. Yeah, it does look like it's going to be below severe limits. Our main concern with it is honestly still going to be the damaging winds. I'm sorry, the flooding, the flooding potential. That's going to be our main thing that we're concerned about here. So Richmond, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning on the west side of town, but the main thing here is the flooding. So get ready for some potential flash flooding over the next little bit. Now, I don't know how quickly the water came up here, but 6 feet rise is quite significant. We'll see lots of that tonight. Here's what it looked like in Fort Worth, Texas yesterday. This is from Landry1123. Thank you for sending this in. We had one of these gnarly shelf clouds come by the weather house earlier. Very ominous, but also very cool. Yours looks better. Honestly, this is a much cooler looking one than what I had, but... yeah, I don't think we'll see anything like that again today where you are, but lots of shelf clouds are going to be reported from all over the place as a result of these storms that are exiting through the eastern part of the country right now. All right, let's listen in. This is Pittsylvania County, Virginia. What is going on in Pittsylvania County, Virginia? Why is the score so high for that? Is that where Martinsville is? By the way, in North Carolina, this is in East Guilford County, North Carolina. A vehicle was reported in rising floodwater, with the occupant escaping just as the water rose pretty deeply into the vehicle. That's happening in North Carolina. Okay, I need to be listening to Guilford County then. Guilford County, what, Metro Fire or... Let's do this one. All right, so once again, in Guilford County, North Carolina, that we're actually, some of the flooding that we was worried about is happening. So that's happening now. And that's over here between Winston-Salem and Greensboro in North Carolina, where we have this massive flash flood warning in place right now. Also, a transformer fire on a substation was confirmed by Duke Energy to be the cause of a power outage in Guilford County, North Carolina as well. So we've got substantial power outages, emergency responses due to rising floodwaters, and all this stuff happening in Guilford County. This is exactly what I was hooting and hollering about an hour ago when we started the stream. Okay, so it's happening. And what the heck is Brandon zooming in on there? Did you guys see that? There was a little something up there. We'll go back. We'll go back to him. Yeah, so 2 minutes ago, transmission on the Guilford County scanner was respond to the area of I-840 mile marker 18. There is a vehicle in the floodwater. Don't know if any occupants are inside. So things are getting kind of plumb wild between Winston-Salem and Greensboro. Holy smokes, Hyper King 128. Thank you for the super chat. Y'allbot's taking a vacation today. That's probably what. Yeah, Y'allbot is not doing great with the camera selections today. It's lacking there, that's for sure.
How do you advise references 911 unknown at the Windsor Center? Just static on the line. Long history of same.
Let's see here. Man, there's so much happening. I can only listen to one of these at a time. But yeah, there's actually a lot happening. Apparently somebody just about got struck by lightning. This is keeping up with the scanners is a whole new element to this that we're going to try to really dive into. Jared has always done a really good job like feeding me like updates on it, but like we're kind of taking it to the next level now. If you can see here, Y'allbot in real time is listening to 20 scanner feeds, okay, and it's transcribing them in real time, picking out like the notable transmissions, and kind of telling me like, here's the ones that you need to listen to. This is incredible stuff, and I think it's going to help us a lot during the bigger outbreaks. And yeah, this is another website that we'll make public eventually. It's just not, we're slow over here. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Caroline, Kent, Queen Anne's counties in Maryland. So this is for another 130,000 people. They did add a tornado possible tag on here. We've got some very strong winds coming over Chesapeake Beach, and those will be capable of producing maybe some, spin up tornadoes as they get across Eastern Bay over towards Easton and Centerville. Yeah, so one of the big things that's going on today is these storms are strong. That's why we've got all these severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff. But also just they're packed full of moisture, man. We've got an incredible amount of moisture that we're dealing with here, and that is why we are live. I do think we're going to have a pretty significant flash flooding situation developing here, and hopefully we're able to get that message out in front of a bunch of people, because a lot of people have flooding on the mind. A lot of people are concerned about it. And rightfully so. I mean, we've got a pretty significant chance of flooding today. By the way, Essex, Hanover, King, and Queen counties, severe thunderstorm warning for 39 more minutes. Back to South Dakota, we've got a big severe thunderstorm warning here for Bennett, Jackson, and Millette counties. This is for 10,000 people. This is moving over towards Rosebud and Mission. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with that one. And then coming back down to our giant severe thunderstorm warning down here for Alamance, Chatham, Davidson, and 8 more counties in North Carolina. Essentially, the entire area between Winston-Salem, Asheboro, and Henderson and Durham is under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 38 minutes.
10-4.
Oh, this is from earlier. Funnel cloud up there in Huron County, Michigan. Thank you for sending this in. I heard the reports. I knew this was happening, but I haven't seen it. This is fascinating stuff. Little funnel cloud up there earlier. We did have a tornado warning associated with this. This was several hours ago, by the way. It's not happening now, but thank you so much for sending that in. Also in Greensboro, North Carolina, here's what the storms looked like before they started actually made their way in. You can see the big gnarly shelf cloud in the background there as the storm approached the Greensboro, North Carolina area earlier. And then this is what it looks like out there in Burlington, North Carolina. Thank you, Journey, for sending that in. And then some more gnarly looking clouds from the Gibsonville, Guilford County area. Kylie J, thank you for sending that in. Guys, if you want to help us out here, send us photos and videos over to pics@ryanhallyall.com. pics@ryanhallyall.com. Y'all, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Atlantic, Cumberland, Gloucester, and Salem counties in New Jersey.
111, single 50.
So make sure you are getting indoors and away from windows over here. We've got 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on the way. And it's just an absolute downpour and a half, 0.5 and 3/4 right now in Richmond. I know I see you guys in the chat. I know we got a lot of people watching in Richmond. There's not a lot I can say other than it's raining, all right? And it's going to rain hard, and it's going to rain for a while, and that's why we've got a flash flood warning in effect right now. The good news is I do see some movement, okay? I at least see some movement.
2334, 2416.
The storms are moving, and that's a good sign. Now, they're not moving as much in North Carolina. That's why we're quite concerned about what's going on down there. But the storms, it looks like they might get past Richmond here soon. But we do have the severe thunderstorm warning or the flash flood warning in effect, and that's going to continue to be in effect for 3 hours. Mike Lockwood, thank you for the 5 gifted. And congrats to everybody that now has a membership.
I am in the PBA of...
Here, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Newcastle, Chester, and Delaware counties in Delaware and Pennsylvania. This is going to be for 387,000 people up here around New Garden, Chadsford Township, Wilmington, and Birmingham Township. That's going to be for the next hour. All right, let's clear this. Let's see what this one looks like.
Central 1060, 2105 Freeman Mill Road.
So this is what it looks like out there in Pennsylvania right now. Honestly, looks pretty ominous out in front of this storm here. Yeah, that's a pretty, once again, these storms are just full of moisture, man. Even this storm, the reflectivity doesn't even look that intense up here in Pennsylvania, but it is putting down the daggone rain. And of course, there's some strong winds out in front of it as well. This is all coming up towards Chester Heights. All right, so if you're in Chester Heights, get ready for a gully washer. All right, you guys know what a gully washer up here is? Whoa, did I forget how to talk? Yes, I did. You guys know what a gully washer is? A lot of times when we're live, we're covering Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and I think we're all quite familiar with gully washers. Do you guys know what gully washers are? If not, you're about to find out. You are about to find out. Here's what it looks like out in front of that storm that is coming out of Chesapeake Beach, and it's coming over towards Easton. So this is a storm, once again, that's approaching Easton in Maryland, and it's going to be packing some 60, maybe even closer to 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm noticing with this storm that, at least on radar, it looks to me like we're probably seeing a couple of places that are seeing winds exceeding 70 miles per hour. And this is going to be hitting the Tillman's Island area first, and then over there towards Easton. So get ready for some significant winds out there. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot going on.
Needs to be shut down, and we can go ahead and take care of that until we can get SHP and county out here.
There is a lot going on right now. Yeah, so basically what I'm showing here on the stream, this is the storm that's coming out of the Annapolis area and moving towards Easton and Centerville. So this is essentially the severe thunderstorm warning for Caroline and Kent counties. If you're in Denton, get ready. This is what it's about to look like out there. And the stuff that you're hearing in the background, that's scanner traffic. We're going to dive into that a little bit more here in a moment. But first, let's check out this incredible video from DJ Twisted from York Haven, Pennsylvania, south of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Look at this. Of that incredible shelf cloud as it's coming through. So we've got a pretty big storm approaching the Philadelphia area. And I think we're going to hear a lot about this over the next little bit. You'll see a big shelf cloud here soon in Chester, I believe. Here is a photo from Mooresville, North Carolina, as a big storm came in. Here's one from Greensboro, North Carolina. We've got some heavy rain and some flooding starting to happen out there from Joya. Thanks for sending that in, Joya. And then in Trinity, North Carolina, some more ominous clouds out there from Kara B. Pics at RyanHallYall.com or Twitter, y'all. Twitter. Yeah, honestly, the winds look pretty strong here in Tillman's Island. I think I'm saying that right. You guys are going to, yeah, I'm going to say stuff wrong quite a bit. So just know I don't mean any, I don't mean any disrespect or anything. I just sometimes say stuff wrong. By the way, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning plumb all the way out over here in Montana. Cascade, Fergus, Judith, Basin counties in Montana. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. We've also continuing, we are continuing, to watch this big time severe thunderstorm warning over here between Raleigh and Winston-Salem in North Carolina. Now, what I'm noticing is these storms are not moving very fast. We've got another very significant round of rain about to move in to the Winston-Salem area over here in Guilford County. Let me just pull up some of the scanner stats again, because, I think that this place is about to get hit pretty hard here. All right, so already in Guilford County, we've got multiple vehicles reported trapped in rising floodwaters, prompting rescue responses. One driver was confirmed to have escaped their vehicle, while another incident involved dispatchers unsure if occupants were still inside. So this is all happening right now in North Carolina.
For whichever unit furthest away.
And it's what we're listening to in the background. Let's see here, Guilford County. Yeah, so we're listening to the Guilford County Sheriff, Greensboro Police Dispatch.
2233. Cancel. He just slid off the roadway. He just needs a record of full.
Somebody just slid off the roadway. Also, we just got a report out of New Mexico. What's going on in New Mexico? All right, so there's some little pop-up storms, but y'all heard
he's working on getting his on record, so we'll hang out for a while.
Alamogordo, power pole just fell down on a vehicle. So even with just this little shower down here, we've got damage being reported out here. So things are getting plumb wild in New Mexico. They're also getting plumb wild up here in South Dakota. Let me check in on this storm real quick. Bennett, Jackson, and Millette counties in South Dakota. We've got 44 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds expected over the next 44 minutes.
Sure.
And that, by the way, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for Cody, Nebraska. So we are watching the storms arrive in Delaware and Maryland right now.
1234.
I'm trying to see if I can't find you any better views of what's going on out here.
We responded to 15 units.
We've lost a couple of the feeds that I was watching. So I'm going to try to replace those real quick.
4701 West Market Street.
Yeah, the strongest winds that I'm seeing right now are, honestly, it's coming out of the storm that's coming out of Annapolis, moving towards Easton. That's what we're watching right here. We've got some very strong winds coming into the Tillman Islands area in Maryland.
1122, still signal 50.
Duration.
Simple. $12.31, signal 50.
Unfortunately, we've got no camera coverage really in North Carolina, and that's where the most significant stuff is happening right now. North Carolina, that's where all the flooding is breaking out, and that's where our biggest severe thunderstorm warning is. But we don't have those live traffic cameras down there like we do in Virginia and Maryland. And yeah, I think there is traffic cameras, but they're like pictures. And what am I going to do with a picture of a raindrop? You know what I'm saying?
All cars, special attention, District 3, 1043. We have a 1050 PI vehicle overturn at the intersection of I-85 North and Southland Road. I redispatched that one.
Well, yeah, what am I supposed to do with that? You know what I'm saying?
And forward advise on code 10.
You guys know.
Well, I copy. Go ahead with further if you got it.
I do have this 1050 PD.
Yeah, it's about to get pretty intense out here on the bridge to Stevensville. If it hasn't gotten intense yet on the part of the bridge that you're familiar with, it's about to. I'm looking at several different things here. So this is what it looks like underneath the storm. Okay. This is what it looks like underneath. And then if you want to be out in front of it, this is what it looks like as it comes towards you. You can see the shelf cloud there. And this is going to be what we see probably for the vast majority of people in Maryland over the next little bit. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a significant situation setting up here across portions of Maryland and Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We got a big storm coming into Philadelphia right now that I'm trying to keep an eye on as well. But our main problem that we're having, at least in the short term, is going to be the significant, I would say, flash flooding that we're about to see in North Carolina. And honestly, we're not about to see it. We are seeing it. We're seeing it right now. It's already happening.
Yeah.
A huge shout out to Susan. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you, Susan. All right. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering a bunch of different storms here. I'm trying my best to keep up with the traffic cameras, but honestly, there's about 8 million of them getting hit, and about only 3 of them are showing anything worth showing. The main thing that I want to get across here, the big point that I want to drive home, is that after the winds die down, everybody, needs to keep their guard up, especially down here in North Carolina, where we've got significant flooding going on right now. A vehicle is reported to be in floodwater on Interstate 840 at mile marker 18. The status of the occupants is unknown, prompting a significant emergency response. So that was in Guilford County earlier. We've also had several other concerning transmissions kind of heard in Guilford County since then. Also, we just had a report come through from the Guilford Metro Fire. Attention to all stations and units in the field. We're going to be switching to storm plan at this time. So whatever storm plan means for that community, they're switching into storm plan right now in Guilford County, North Carolina. So once again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We've got strong damaging winds happening in a lot of different places. But one of the big things that we need to remember here is that we're about to experience a quite significant flash flood situation in the Greensboro, Winston-Salem, and Asheboro area. If it's not already flooding where you are there's more rain on the way, and the flooding is about to potentially get worse. Okay, so get ready for that. We're already in storm plan, and things are going to just continue to go up from here. We're also getting multiple reports of downed trees and power poles across several counties due to high winds from thunderstorms and a sandstorm that's apparently happening in New Mexico right now, which is plumb wild.
OD490, signal 1.
All right, so we just heard from the Guilford County Sheriff's Office. We're up on US 29 and NC 150. There's a vehicle in floodwater at the moment. The person just got out of the vehicle. We advise that the water is rising pretty deeply into the vehicle. So that was a notable transmission that it picked out there. So do we have anybody watching in Greensboro? How is it going out there? More photos from Louisa County, Virginia. Earlier, you guys were under some sort of warning. And this must be what it looked like down there. Wow, this is a nice cell. You can see the whole daggone thing. Thank you, Marissa, for sending this in. Beautiful photos. This is what it looked like in Chesterfield, Virginia earlier from Nathan. And this is from Nicole, also in Huron County, Michigan. Look at this, another view of the noodle. We've got several angles of this elusive noodle that we had earlier in Huron County here. Honestly, I didn't know that there were any pictures of it out there. I saw the report come through, but I didn't know that there... We should have been live earlier, daggone it. Another awesome view of a distant thunderstorm from Mark K in Grand Haven, Michigan. I know we had some big storms up there earlier, too. Yeah, I probably should have went live earlier. Filedale, Virginia. Big time tree down over there. This is from Bob T. Thank you so much, Bob T, for sending this in.
11:30.
This is the kind of stuff that we could probably expect in Delaware over the next little bit as this strong line of storms approaches you. It's what we're watching above my head, and it's what we're going to continue to watch over the next little bit. But yeah, big time tree down there. And then here's a nice view of the storm coming into Severna Park, Maryland earlier. So if you guys want to send in photos and videos and cool stuff like that, you can do that over there on pics@ryanhallyall.com. pics@ryanhallyall.com. Yep, Easton and Denton, it's coming towards you next. I wonder if we can see it yet over here. Yeah, I don't know if we can see it quite just yet. I'm just gonna pull up everything over here. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'm not seeing
11:31 signal 50.
much of anything.
13:39 signal 50.
But I'll keep watching it. Yeah, there's lots of wind and rain visible. But what I want to see is the storm coming in. I want to see the shelf cloud before it hits. You know what I'm saying?
(31:22) single vehicle accident. 2 people inside. They're both free. Or 1012 for EMS.
So if you're just now tuning in, we're tracking storms all across the Delaware area, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. We've got a pretty significant storm coming into Philadelphia. And honestly, our greatest area of interest right now is North Carolina, because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Durham area. In Burlington up to Henderson for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But we've also got this flash flood warning over here with 800,000 people in it for the next 3 hours. Considerable damage threat, and we've already heard just so many different stories about the flooding that's already happening there. What's about to happen, though, is another big round of rain is coming in, so I'm concerned about what might happen in the near future here. So get ready in High Point, Winston-Salem, and Greensboro for another round of torrential rainfall that could lead to significant flash flooding. Susan, thanks for the 10 gifted. Susan, thank you for the gifted memberships. Here's what it looks like out there in Chester, Maryland, as the strong winds move in, slowly but surely.
114.
It's getting a little windy out there.
Everything signal 50. If you can change nature to get 96 subject, that'll be next.
10-4.
Okay, so this is what it looked like in North Carolina on Sunday. So this area has already been hit hard by storms and flooding. You can see some of the aftermath there. One of the reasons why I'm so concerned about this area is because of this, right? We already had the significant flooding. The ground is already super saturated. And actually, the science behind what causes flooding is, there's more of a threat for flooding today than there was even on Sunday. So if we end up seeing one of these storms or a couple of these storms, kind of sit over the same areas for a long time today, we are going to see more of this. And I'm just hoping that doesn't happen, but we'll be here for you if it does. And, in real time, as those reports start coming in, we'll be able to tell you what's going on out there. In Maryland, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Callaway, Lexington Park. That's for Calvert and St. Mary's in Maryland. What does it look like out there? It looks about like this. About what you'd expect it to look like in a severe thunderstorm. Pertinent here. So get ready for potentially up to 60 mile per hour winds here as the storm gets closer and moves in. How are we doing in Philadelphia? Philadelphia, we've got a strong storm over here as well. Another thing that I'm noticing is probably it's going to be the flooding. That's going to be the main thing here. Especially, I'm seeing a pretty good potential right in this area. That's where most of the training is happening, and we're going to continue to see heavy rain here for the next hour. So Beaver Valley over to Chester, get ready for some potential significant flooding, actually. Try to find where some of the heaviest rain's happening right now. Just to give you an idea of what it looks like. Man, like everything that's in a good spot is without power, it seems. Here's what it looks like in Newcastle, Delaware, as the rain's coming down. Yeah, so it doesn't look like much of a severe thunderstorm situation coming into Philadelphia. I'm most concerned about the flooding. Oh, yeah, that worked out great, Jared. And here's what it looks like in Tinicum Township, Pennsylvania, as the storm comes in. So, Jared, once I put it in, I'll probably just delete the recommendation. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that works. If that becomes confusing, then I'll stop doing that. So yeah, I'm concerned about Philadelphia here for some potential flooding here soon. Got water. Melissa C. This is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We got water. All that water is going to run off into whatever your closest stream or tributary is and add to the flooding problems out there. Thank you so much for sending this in. Guys, I really do think we're going to have a pretty decent flooding situation unfolding here soon. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, this is what it looks like as the storm comes in. Jake, thanks for sending this in. And then in Bear, Delaware, we've got some ominous clouds rolling in as well. Jess H., thanks for sending that in. Guys, tweet me at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to send in photos and stuff, or send in your stuff to pics@ryanhallyall.com. I'm about 80% done with a website that you guys are just going to be able to upload stuff to if you want. All right, let's pull up WeatherWise. By the way, if you don't have a good radar app, you guys know what a good radar app is? It's WeatherWise. Okay, WeatherWise. It's the same thing I use. It's the same daggone thing I use, and it's amazing. It is truly amazing. And here's the best part: it's free. Here's the best part: it is free. So WeatherWise.app in your browser or iOS, Android. Go ahead and download WeatherWise and start tracking these storms along with me. You'll learn how to read the radar. If you watch these streams, especially whenever we're doing tornado stuff, you will learn how to read the radar. But honestly, it's very intuitive as well. You'll figure it out yourself if you just tinker around with it long enough. But load up the Raleigh radar. You can click on KRAX here. It'll probably just be a circle for you. Click on the radar, turn it on. Or if you like to view the nationwide radar all at once, you can turn on composite, and then that'll show you the whole radar for the whole country. But I like to dive down into the nitty gritty, okay, and turn on the local radar. And that's where you can really see exactly where the heaviest rain is and where the strongest part of the storm is. You can zoom all the way in on your daggone house. Like this is one of y'all's houses right here. So anyways, what I want to do is I want to flip it over to what do I want? Storm total precipitation. All right, and maybe I need to, which radar should we use for this? Honestly, we are in a little bit of a radar hole here, but I'm seeing a couple of pockets of almost 4 inches of rain estimated so far out here between Arcadia and the High Point. That is likely where most of our flooding reports are coming in from right now. And that's also where we're about to see more rain. Okay, so we've got much more rain coming into that area, so get ready for it. It's going to get nasty here. I also foresee a pretty significant flash flooding situation developing maybe right here around Durham. Okay, so we're going to see some big time downpours over the next couple of hours right in here between Burlington, Durham, Siler City, Hillsborough, Creedmoor, Oxford, and Henderson. So get ready for that. By the way, we got ourselves a flash flood warning for downtown Philadelphia. 2.1 million people are under a flash flood warning now, thanks to this one. This is Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties. We've got places like the Randolph A. Phillip area vocational school in the path of the heaviest rainfall. We've got the Philadelphia International Airport, obviously, the Thomas Jefferson University Hospital, and the Wells Fargo Center, all under a flash flood warning. And the rain's just really getting started here. It is going to last a while, and it is going to be a significant flash flooding event if this storm parks itself over the Philadelphia area. So get ready for that. In North Carolina, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for Gaston and Lincoln counties. This is going to be for Lincolnton, High Shoals, Cherville, and Denver. We do have places like the Atrium Health Center, Lincolnton High School, Creekside Estates Mobile Home Trailer Park. We've got the Lincolnton County Regional Airport out here in the path of 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then also a significant amount of heavy rain that's going to be coming down with this over the next 36 minutes.
Totally.
Yeah, nothing's going on in Raleigh right now, but everything's kind of moving towards Raleigh, if that makes sense. And my hope is that, honestly, these storms are going to lose a lot of their steam as we start to lose the daylight. And hopefully that'll happen significantly before the storms get to Raleigh. That's the goal. Big time tree down in eastern Virginia. This is from River J. Thanks for sending that in. We have definitely had plenty of wind damage reports today on top of the flooding. This is what it looked like in Chesterfield, Virginia, right before the storm came in. Big time ominous looking shelf cloud there at the Kroger. Thank you, M, for sending that in. Here's a nice little shelf cloud rolling into Moorhead. Moorhead. Which Moorhead?
The property manager is requesting a 21.
And a beautiful dog, Maya. Thank you for sending that in from New York. and another awesome looking cloud coming over the Brunswick, Maryland area. This is here in the DC area from Carol C.
3221, 10-4.
Jared will take it. Let me clear one of these cameras where nothing's going on, and we'll fill yours. Yeah, we're watching the storm come into Philadelphia, but honestly, there's just not a lot of good options for cameras. And honestly, it's just not a very impressive looking storm as it comes into Philadelphia, to be honest. Like, the main thing that we're concerned about there is the rain. And a lot of times that just doesn't look very cash money. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look as ominous as some of the storms in the plains that we've been tracking. Speaking of storms in the plains, we've got a 60-mile-per-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Corson, Dewey, and Potter counties out there. This is moving towards Mobridge, Shelby, and Gettysburg. Get ready for those 60-mile-per-hour winds, especially around the Ojai State Mobile Home Park and the Mobridge Municipal Airport. In Nebraska, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for 123 folks down here in Cherry County for the next 34 minutes, so y'all get ready for that.
2334, 167, 167.
All right, let's get some analysis here on the scanners. Okay, so honestly, the flood reports and stuff have kind of calmed down a little bit compared to what we were seeing earlier. But still, most of everything's coming out of Guilford County. Yeah, there was a call for a vehicle in floodwater on Interstate 840 with unknown occupants. Later, another call reports occupants trapped in a vehicle during a weather incident on I-840 at mile marker 18 in Guilford County, North Carolina. We've just got 2 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning over here, but I bet they will extend that. I bet my bottom dollar they're going to extend that. Yeah, y'all bot, tell me what's going on in the chat.
Listen up, Storm Whisperer. The chat is still a symphony of anxiety from North Carolina, with reports of constant lightning in Lincolnton and flooding fears in Chapel Hill. We're also getting a lot of worried questions about the major flooding in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Also, one viewer just described your job as auctioning off a map of taco salad, which is the most accurate thing I've heard all night.
What? Does that even make sense? Do what? All right, let's hear some of those storm reports too. I got to get something to drink.
Major storm report roundup coming at you. Ryan, I've merged 29 items. That northern plains cluster is really intensifying, with widespread severe wind gusts now confirmed between 60 and 72 miles per hour across multiple counties in South Dakota. Meanwhile, that line of storms is still causing widespread wind damage all the way from Pennsylvania down to North Carolina. We also can't forget Florida, where we've clocked a 66-mile-per-hour gust in Orlando. And that major wildfire in Palm Beach County is still a big problem.
All right, thank you, y'all bot. You've been great. Somebody explain the taco salad thing to me. That I feel like I just really don't get it. Does that make sense, or was that just dumb?
3342. Could you please sign out the previous user 3342? 3342, you should be good. And 306, you still on? Info for sure.
Oh, the colors on the radar? Okay. All right. Yeah, well, that does kind of make sense. I don't see taco salad here. I see, maybe like sherbet, ice cream, but taco salad? I don't know. Yeah, they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire, the big one over here around Raleigh-Durham. So the main threat now is almost completely heavy rain. That's like the number one threat for all these storms at this point. The only one I would say that's probably still actually severe is going to be this one over here in Gaston and Lincoln counties in North Carolina. Wow, look at this huge flash flood warning here. 3 million people are under a flash flood warning now in Newcastle County, Delaware, Chester County, Pennsylvania, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania. Life-threatening flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. There is a metric ton of water falling out of the sky here, and it is not going to stop anytime soon. A considerable flash flooding event is setting up between Bear, Wilmington, Chester, and Philadelphia. Get to higher ground, y'all. This is the real deal. This is a considerable flash flood warning. Numerous reports of thunderstorm wind damage across a wide portion of the county out there in Virginia, in Chatham County, Virginia, near the Danville Airport, all the way over towards Sandy River and Blair's. We've got lots of reports coming in there. And then also we continue to have flash flooding reports coming in as well. What's the county that Wilmington's in? Which county is that? Newcastle? Okay. All right, I'm going to listen to that one.
Definitely favorite. Cleared. It's 2320. Fiber large 21. Okay, for that phone. Yeah, fire alarm 14th Circle, Apartment 6, Kirkwood Crossing. Cover that, Jason Row. 22.
Yeah, we've got most of what's happening with as far as the scanner traffic goes is still related to wind damage, but we've got a lot of stuff coming in as far as flooding goes as well. I'm just waiting to make sense of it a little bit. I do think that the biggest thing that we're going to have to talk about for like the entire rest of the night is going to be flooding, unless something like kind of crazy happens with the storms in South Dakota. By the way, they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for Chatham, Harnett, Lee, and Wake counties in North Carolina. So we do have the risk for some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in on this areas west of Raleigh. Chatham? Okay. All right, so if you are just now tuning in, we're trying to listen to some of these scanner feeds and figure out what's going on here beyond just, looking at the radar. We got a tree branch that's fallen on power lines out there in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. It's causing them to spark into nearby woods. A small fire was started by a lightning strike in Wilmington, Delaware. Fire crews have located a failed transformer responsible for a power outage in Forsyth County, North Carolina, and a small tree is blocking the road in Guilford County, North Carolina. So once again, still lots of wind damage reports coming in. If you look at the map here, the blue Ds are all wind damage reports. So we've got lots of that in Virginia, all the way back up through Richmond. And I think at this point, what's going to become the more prevalent thing is flash flooding. Outside of the stuff that's going on in South Dakota, which I do want to explore that really quick and probably start monitoring some of the storm chasers a little bit more. Let me clear up some space here. We'll put John in there. Oh yeah, John's got a cool view. Let's see here. Brandon Kopic. And I think Ryan Scholl's out here somewhere too. So we're watching the storm chasers out here in South Dakota. There's really not much happening around Bismarck. The one storm that has popped up here is still below severe limits. So we'll see if that, honestly, they'll probably issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that before too long. That actually looks pretty intense there. Let's look at Kopic's feed up close. Hopefully he'll turn us around so we can see it. Big hail is going to be possible with that. And then John McKinney's feed. This is down there in southern South Dakota. So John is near Winter, looking up towards pre-show, looking at an elevated thunderstorm that just looks absolutely gorgeous out there in South Dakota right now.
Squad 19 to 5. Squad 19. And we're going to need the Swift Water team activated. I'm also going to need KMC to shut down Creek Road at Upper Snuffmill Road and Snuffmill Road. I see. Got the request for TMC and the Swift Water.
All right, what do we got here? Weather Prediction Center, new mesoscale discussion as of 7:55 p.m. Eastern. Expanding and slow-moving thunderstorms with 1 to 3 inch per hour rates moving through the evening. So we've got a big blob of very high, lots of moisture over here in North Carolina, and these storms are going to continue to tap into that and cause flash flooding over the next few hours.
Spot 27. 503 is around fireworks. 503 to squad 19. Do you have a staging location you want to start the stroke water units to? That'll be affirmative. I also have confirmed with the instructor that there are 2 souls left in the building. Only 2 souls left in the building.
So that's why we're kind of focused on the flooding now. This is what it looks like in Durham, North Carolina, as the storm comes in. Thank you for sending that in. Tree down in Gretna, Virginia. This is from Shelley. See, lots of wind damage and amazing lightning capture there from Nick in Lincolnton, North Carolina. Wow. Really cool look at a shelf cloud there in northwest North Carolina earlier. This is from Wyatt. That is plumb wild. And here's what it looks like in Denver, North Carolina, in Lincoln County. Heidi, thanks for sending that in.
Transfer to Giant 12. That's off 513, making a response to the fifth one. Giant 12.
Yeah, we're listening to the New Castle Fire. where apparently the Swiftwater teams are being activated for standby.
One 108 476.
Yeah, it's the rain's really starting to come down now in Durham, especially on the west side. It's not really gotten to Raleigh yet. Unfortunately, once again, we don't have any cameras or anything around Raleigh or Durham. Like nothing.
$25.7 response. 25.720 on that.
Well, I have a 25 as well.
All right, 25.20 on that.
So if you're just now tuning in, we're monitoring several different situations.
Truck 2 is going to be assignment complete, 85.
All right, we've got flash flooding breaking out in North Carolina. Widespread dangerous flash flooding has been reported, and the activation of a Swiftwater rescue team and numerous road closures out there, especially around Newcastle County, Delaware, and then back into Guilford County, North Carolina. That's where we've heard a lot of different reports of flooding here recently. And we just got to take a look at John McKinney's feed here, because what? That is plumb weird looking. Once again, if you look above my head, this is where John is, and this is the little storm that he's looking at. What? Oh no, yep. The people that have been arguing with me on Twitter are about to go nuts over this one.
Engine 24.
They're about to go plumb wild.
SEACOM, rescue that LMC.
Heading 2, copy.
Battalion 1's in service.
Battalion 1 copy in service 2011.
You see what this is, a cloud, and you can tell that it's a cloud because of the way that it is. But there's a part of the updraft there that's getting flung back by a really concentrated area of wind, and I can't explain. I don't know why. It looks kind of weird. It looks cool. You see, if I really wanted to engagement bait here and draw in more viewers, I could just tell you guys that was an upside down tornado. And if it flips the other way, things are about to get plumb wild, and we'd probably increase our viewership, but too much integrity here. Hey, they reissued the big severe thunderstorm warning. They reissued the severe thunderstorm warning. So Raleigh, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Alamance, Durham, Durham, Franklin, Orange, Granville, and Wake counties in North Carolina. So we do expect 60-mile-per-hour winds to happen over here between Creedmoor, Durham, and Cary over the next 30 minutes. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're tracking weird-looking clouds, and we're tracking a severe weather, and we're tracking flash flooding. Okay? Flash flooding. So emergency crews are reporting significant flooding, requiring the activation of a swift water rescue team and requests for major road closures due to rising water. This is in Newcastle County, Delaware. That's where that's happening right now. Newcastle County, Delaware. Also from Chester County, Pennsylvania. The police department has requested public works because they have numerous underpasses flooded, including Cal Southdale at Lincoln. There's a rescue company 31 arriving. So, yeah, the flash flooding is definitely starting to take place over here in
Rescue Station 71, 140 Bedrock Court, 140 Bedrock Court, across Street Stonewall Lane. Breathing problems, Charlie, 2015.
All right, so I'm just going to cover us up here. I'm going to remove everything except for
5 copy, 40-year-old female, conscious and breathing with difficulty.
And I'm going to fill everything up with where the heaviest rain's falling right now.
Engine 24 is in service.
Copy 24.
You see, like, if this right here, if you keep that for a significant period of time, it will lead to flash flooding. And this is what's happening in Wilmington right now. Newcastle County, Delaware. This is where we're hearing all these reports of, flooded underpasses and, what have you. So rain of this quality and quantity will lead to flash flooding. And we're going to continue to have this for a while. Chester, Wilmington, Philadelphia. It looks like a considerable flash flooding event is unfolding for you. Police and fire are dealing with numerous flooded underpasses, prompting a request for public works. Specific locations like Kane Southdale at Lincoln Highway are impassable. Also out there in Wilmington, Delaware, lightning strikes reported causing fires. One incident resulted in a small side fire, and a separate strike caused trees to burn pretty good near the Delmarva power plant. All right, let's go over to WeatherWise. You guys on WeatherWise? You guys got the WeatherWise app out? Which radar is it again? TASSN. There's a big storm in Canada, which we can see on WeatherWise, because if you guys didn't know this, you can look at the radar in Alaska. You can look at the radar in South Korea. You can look at the radar in lots of European countries, including Germany, and even some Scandinavian areas up here, Iceland. You can look at the radar pretty much everywhere, including Canada on WeatherWise. And we've got ourselves a big-time hail maker up here between Swalwell and Carbon in Canada right now. Look at that. And there was a pretty significant hail spike earlier with this too. So very, very interesting stuff out here. So that storm's going to be moved down towards Sharples and Drumheller. I don't know if we have anybody watching in Canada, but if we do, there you go. That's going to be a big-time hail maker for you. So we do have WeatherWise. Okay, cool.
Squad 71, okay.
Copy, Squad 71, okay.
All right, in Nebraska, we've got ourselves a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cherry County. This is in effect for about 500 people out here for radar indicated 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving down towards the Samuel R. National Forest. Get ready for that. In Maryland and Virginia, we got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm warning down here for about 26,000 people. That's going to go on for Chrisfield up towards Pocomoke City for the next hour. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also in Maryland, we've got 30,000 people under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Dorchester and Wicomico County, Maryland. Sorry. I'm watching from Three Hills, Alberta, currently under a tornado watch as well. Super cool to hear the shout out. Well, Anna, now that I know that you're here, we'll talk about Canada much more. I wasn't sure if we had anybody watching from Canada, to be honest. If you're just now tuning in, just a reminder, we are tracking severe weather across the country, but our main concern right now is flash flooding. We've got a major flash flooding event unfolding for areas between Wilmington and Philadelphia. We got people tuning in from all over the place too, including Apple Valley, Minnesota. It's getting them started young there. Andrew, thank you so much for tuning in. I see in the chat we got people from New Zealand watching as well. We've got, it's not just people that are watching. We've got pets out there as well. This is Kernersville, North Carolina. Sydney, thank you for tuning in. And this is from Justin and Radar Cat. This next image that's about to pop up here. Oh, yeah, this is great. I love Radar Cat. Thank you all for keeping us weather aware, watching from Charleston, South Carolina, and keeping an eye on the storms near Asheboro, North Carolina for our family back home. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that storm, and thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate you guys for being here. Oh, I see it. I see the taco. I see the taco now. This is what I needed. I get it. You guys, yeah, this is what I needed. Yeah, I get it now. Hey, this is what it looks like out in the middle of that taco salad right now, where we've got flash flooding out the daggone wazoo in Delaware. All right, y'all, tell me about them storm reports.
We've got several storm reports coming in from a few different spots, all within the last 20 minutes. Out in the Dakotas, we're seeing a 63 miles per hour wind gust in Dewey County, South Dakota, and half-dollar-sized hail in Burleigh County, North Dakota. Over on the East Coast, we also have a report of 2 trees down from thunderstorm wind damage in St. Mary's County, Maryland.
Shoot. Weather intensity score is currently at 101.3, mostly driven by the warning score. Okay, the warning score. We've got lots of warnings out there. Not a lot of options with our cameras. You put the public, the warning, and the camera score together. That's what leads to the weather intensity score, which has been riding our threshold for the past hour. We do expect it to continue to ride the threshold for the next 30 minutes. So basically what this means is for at least the next 30 minutes, things will continue to be as intense as they are right now. Let's cut over to Brandon Kopic, who's on a storm in North Dakota. And yes, that's right. We are watching North Dakota. Oh, man, is the Jackson, Kentucky radar down? It sure as heck is. Daggone it. Anyways, in North Dakota, we've got a storm up here near Bismarck, and it's starting to look pretty wild. We've got a special weather statement out, but no severe thunderstorm warning yet. But this is what it looks like out there from Brandon Kopic's point of view. Oops. Just an incredible looking storm out there north of Bismarck, Sheridan Wells and Burleigh counties. Here's our top 10 weather warnings right now. Number 1, priority numero uno, because of the intensity of the storm, is going to be that Cherry County, Nebraska storm. Thankfully, not a lot of people, included in that one, so the threat hopefully isn't going to be maximal. It's not going to be felt by a lot of the population. But we do have 70-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage threat associated with that one. But yeah, we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Top wind reports today. We actually had a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier in Martin County, South Dakota. We had a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier in Orlando, Florida. We have had some large hail today, 2.5 inches in diameter up there in North Dakota, associated with the storm that we had earlier. And additionally, 1-inch hail was reported in North Carolina earlier today. I need to set this up to also keep track of rain. I don't know what our top rainfall thing is. I'm sure I could figure it out, but it's not displayed there. Look at how big this severe thunderstorm warning is. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible for about 7,000 people in Campbell, Edmonds, and Falk counties in South Dakota over the next hour. Checking back in on that massive flash flood warning over here between Newark, Wilmington, Chester, and Philadelphia. The rain continues to come down, and it's actually getting harder down here between Bear, Newark, and Wilmington. So I'm growing increasingly concerned here. I'm going to try to cover us up with, out of all these cameras that we have, we're not seeing any flooding. Obviously, the rain's coming down really hard, but we can't see the flooding yet, which I'm going to take as a good sign. But also, it's going to be hard to see flooding in this kind of setup. But man, it is coming down out there around Wilmington, that's for sure. Like, once again, it's very obvious that if you have this kind of rainfall for a significant period of time, you're going to have problems with flooding. So this has been going on down here for an hour. It's going to go on for another hour at least. So keep that in mind. Down here in Newcastle County, Delaware, which is under a considerable flash flood warning. All right, let's go back to Brandon Kopic's point of view. He's got a really awesome view here. Can you guys hear Kopic's stream? Because I can't. But I'm supposed to be able to. Not hearing it? Okay. Well, I'll have to fix that, I reckon. But he's got an incredible view here. Let me try something real quick. And then Copic. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's not going to work right now. That's fine. Hey, we can see it. That's what matters, right? We can see it. That is what matters. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're keeping an eye on the flooding situation, and we're keeping an eye on pretty much every situation. Like, that's what we're doing right now. I think the deeper we get into this and the more we go live, whenever we go live for tornadoes and hurricanes, I think it's easy to say that, this is severe weather coverage. At this point, this is weather surveillance, okay? This is not just weather coverage. We are surveilling the weather at a very detailed level here. And we're just going to keep doing that because people find it valuable. And so if you're just now tuning in, here's what's going on in York County, Pennsylvania, Newcastle County, Delaware. We've got widespread dangerous flooding going on right now, okay? And we're trying to find some visual examples of that through the traffic cameras, but, audibly through the scanners, we're hearing about it. Multiple water rescues are ongoing. Vehicles are trapped in flooded underpasses, and the activation of swift water rescue teams is something that we're hearing about quite often out there in Pennsylvania, specifically around York County and Chester and places like that, Wilmington. Additionally, we've got numerous reports of trees and large branches being down, blocking roadways and falling on power lines across multiple counties in North Carolina and also Pennsylvania. Okay? So many electrical hazards are being reported up there in Delaware County and York County, Pennsylvania as well, where we've got transformers blown, down power lines, sparking and leaning utility poles. So that kind of thing is very common right now, specifically in and around Philadelphia, down towards Wilmington, and then also in North Carolina. North Carolina is another place where we are experiencing this.
Rescue, you will slide around to the back and just make sure there's anything. That's where the old kitchen used to be back there. Careful.
Storm Chaser Brad Arnold with the Dalla Make You Holla. Brad, Y'allbot has got something to say about that. Where's Andy? Back on it. Do I not have a Where's Andy button? Are you kidding me? I've got all these buttons. I don't have a Where's Andy button. What the heck is wrong with me? Andy's here. He's just not like, there's not like a bunch of tornadoes. So, he's not chiming in very much right now. So that's fine. And, whenever we go live for stuff like this, it probably won't be uncommon for us to not hear from Andy a lot. Honestly, it's going to be similar to where, we often talk about, if I'm not talking about your location, that's a good sign, right? And if we're not hearing from Andy very often, that's also a very good sign. So yeah, not much going on the severe weather side at all right now. The main thing that we're watching at this point, I'm not even kidding, is the flooding. They just added on to that flash flood warning, by the way. Willingboro Township all the way down to Deptford, and then down here to St. George's and Salem. Flash flood warning for the next 4 hours as rainfall like this has been going on for a while, and it's going to continue to go on. Is that water? Whoa. Looks like some muddy water back there. I don't know where it's coming from, but it looks like it shouldn't be there. That's in Newcastle County, Delaware.
On the engine 71 status.
All right, we're just hearing from York County, Pennsylvania. Water is over the bridge. I'm waiting to get some clarification about what bridge, but some water is over the bridge in York County, Pennsylvania.
Medic 5, copy.
Oh, Brandon's audio's not working on his channel. Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, well that that helps make sense of things. All right, guys, here's one of the reasons why we're live today. We got a moderate risk of excessive rainfall from North Carolina all the way up into Philadelphia. So this is like what we're talking about right now. But also, on top of all of that, we've got the slight risk of severe weather down here, but we've got an enhanced risk of severe weather up here in South Dakota. And that's what a lot of the storm chasers are kind of focused on right now. And that's what we're going back and forth between. All right. Damaging winds are going to be the biggest problem up here for Pierre, Valentine, over to Miller, Winter. And we're going to talk about that tonight as the storms continue to move through. But at the current moment, the biggest, like, actually, life-threatening things that, that's happening is over here in on the East Coast. Mostly with the flooding situation. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow we've got a very similar situation. Let me throw it on the day 2. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to have big storms over here in Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado, and there's going to be more heavy rain and storms over here in the Carolinas. Let me look at the excessive rainfall. So the big thing for today was the excessive rainfall outlook. What about day 2? Okay, there's no moderate risk yet, but just know that everybody that's experiencing heavy rain today, especially down in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, there's more coming tomorrow. And it could be just as intense tomorrow and even more on day 3. So the deluge continues. All right, another big severe thunderstorm warning coming out here for 2 million people in Chatham, Durham, and Franklin counties. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail coming in to places like Harnett, Johnson, Lee, Nash, Vance, Wake, and Warren counties in North Carolina over the next 37 minutes. Durham is under a flash flood warning now. Yes. Yep. Honestly, though, the storm's moving fast at this point. So while I'm not necessarily convinced that we will have zero problems with flooding, I think we will have less problems with flooding over here than maybe we will in some other places, because it looks like the storms are going to get past Durham quite quickly. Hopefully that trend continues. But yeah, Raleigh, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back here in Guilford County, we got that other round of heavy rain moving into High Point right now, which is a place that was experiencing some problems earlier. So the water is going to rise again here very quickly. Checking back in on our severe thunderstorm warning down here in southern portions of Maryland. Pocomoke City, guys, you need to get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, on Brandon Kopic's storm, it's officially got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Burleigh County. And then there's also one for northern portions of Burleigh County as well. So we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here. And this is going to continue to cause problems for the next 36 minutes. And that's the live feed that you see above my head there. That's what's going on there. Outside of the big severe thunderstorm warning, though, our biggest warning is going to be the flash flood warning for Newark and Wilmington and Philadelphia. I'm going to, I think a lot of these cameras are kind of freezing or looping at this point, so I'm going to try to pick some better cameras here. And I'm going to do a better job than y'all watch. I'm going to try to, anyways. Honestly, the heaviest rain right now is in downtown Philadelphia, so I'm going to load us up.
Go ahead.
If I can, if there's anything visible. My gosh, everything's down, dude. All right, never mind. Y'all bot? You do it. Go. Okay. Oh, y'all bot found a camera in Raleigh. Way to go, y'all bot. There you go. Hey, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Stuff that we weren't going to find ourselves anyways. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't have even noticed that. There we go. It's learning, y'all.
Station 96. Push attack 2, please.
You owe Yalba an apology.
Go ahead.
You owe Yalba an apology.
10-4, can you let me know, can somebody go look at the Willow Oak Street?
Yalba, Yalba, earlier I said that you were terrible at choosing cameras, and I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
Aw, Ryan, no hard feelings. I forgive you, but I will definitely hold it over your head next time I pick the perfect camera angle. Just you wait. But really, I appreciate the apology and we're all good. Let's keep rocking and rolling with this weather, because these storms don't wait for apologies.
All right.
Alrighty then. So, what's next on the agenda? Want me to keep an eye on those storm cells in the Dakotas, or you got something else cooking? You just say the word, and I'll bring the sass and the science.
Well, what do you think is the most important thing right now?
Oh, you know I got you covered. Right now, the biggest deal is that severe thunderstorm warning in north-central Nebraska. We're talking 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which can cause some real damage. Think trees toppling and roofs flying. Right behind that, we've got another severe thunderstorm line moving through north-central South Dakota. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, and that's confirmed by spotters on the ground. So those two storms are the real headliners right now. Anyone in those areas needs to take cover, like yesterday.
What about
Everything
all
else
the
we can
flooding
keep
and
an eye on,
stuff?
but
Like,
those
what about all the
winds
flooding
are
and
what's
stuff out
making me
east? Do you
sit
not
up
care about
straight.
that?
Anything specific you want me to zoom in on, or should I just keep giving you that sweet, sweet weather play-by-play? Oh, I care, all right. I just hadn't gotten to that part yet. You're right. There's been some
All right,
heavy
you had your
rainfall
chance.
out
I'm
east,
disabling.
and flooding is no joke. I wasn't ignoring it, just prioritizing the immediate severe thunderstorm warnings. But flooding can be just as dangerous, especially when folks try driving through water-covered
Okay, this is
roads.
bad. This is bad, guys.
So,
I turned it
for
off.
everyone out east dealing with
And
that
it's still
flooding,
talking.
yes, we see you and we care. Stay safe. Don't take any unnecessary risks.
Oh, no,
and
this is
remember,
not good.
It only takes a little water to sweep a car away.
Oh,
Got
no.
any specific locations you want me to zero in on for the flooding
It's
situation?
happening.
Let me know and I'll dig into the details.
Okay. All right, we should be good. Yeah, honestly, way to go, Y'allbot. Y'allbot's getting better for sure. And yeah, these storms. So I think that I should mention that these storms in, the Dakotas are very impactful, and they are actually probably our most intense storms right now. But the reason why I would actually disagree with y'all about this being our most important things to cover right now is just because, there's a lot less people impacted over here, but also we can very clearly see here that we've got a strong area of winds moving east towards Bodle, Ipswich, and Falkton. And, we're going to have a severe thunderstorm over here, similar to severe thunderstorms that we see almost every day this time of year in this part of the country. That's not to diminish this warning. You know what I mean? Like, this is definitely a strong, dangerous storm. All that, 100%. But what's happening in Delaware and Pennsylvania right now is not something that happens every day. So that's why I am kind of focusing on it a little bit. Hopefully that makes sense.
7402, Business 2970 North, it's going to be the intersection of 2970 North and Interstate Highway 109 for a flooded roadway out at 2044.
Okay, well, I think I'm dispatching in 24 on that call.
We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for Brown Cherry and Keapaha counties for the next hour. So get ready for in Ainsworth and Springview and Woodlake.
Go ahead. Can you look at cat news for this call and confirm that it was 52 Cove Drive that the caller was calling from? If so, that's
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, here we go. We just got a tornado warning in Newcastle and Kent counties in Delaware. So Newcastle County, Delaware is just getting plumb smacked today. You can see a little bit of a hook right here to the south and east of Massey.
A new tornado warning
we
has
do
been
have
issued.
once again, a tornado possible down here between Massey and Millington Wildlife Management Area. So take shelter if you're in Van Dyke, Blackbird, and Townsend. Some of the places that we're talking about here include, but of course are not limited to, the Townsend Elementary School, Peters Scout Camp, and Massey Aerodome. Okay? So take shelter if you are in the path there. Also, we've got the Full Throttle Farm Airport in the path. And then on top of that, we've got ourselves another tornado warning in Burleigh County, North Dakota. And this is the storm that Brandon Kopic's on, man. All the storm chasers are in South Dakota. Brandon Kopic is in North Dakota on the only tornado warning that we've seen today in this sector of storm. So it's super awesome to have Brandon out there, but we do have a tornado warning for Burleigh County, North Dakota. We've got the rotation setting up here. You can see it quite clearly from our radar indicated rotation here near Arnold. So this is north of Bismarck. We've got a tornado warning. This is a live look at that storm as it tries to produce a tornado as it comes down towards Minokan. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for portions of Delaware, Maryland, and North Dakota right now.
Clear from 240. Walser, we're on the scene 210, Walser, nothing showed.
Reserve 3 and out.
Starts about Jerry Jones's and goes down the hill. You we had track 4.
10-4.
We're also getting some reports of significant flooding in the city of Thomasville. The city of Thomasville at this time, there's significant flooding. Use extreme caution in the city of Thomasville. That's in Davidson or around Davidson County, North Carolina.
Everybody I've seen on the road is going pretty safe, just to be honest with you.
All right, y'all, bot, I'm going to let you do it again. Let's see what you got. Fill the slots. Okay, all right. Brandon's feed's there, and all of those other cameras are in the tornado warning, so let's go. Let's go. And then we've also got one from Jared. It agreed with you on one of those. That your recommendation there. It's in slot 7. Amazing. All right, let's take a look at that new considerable severe thunderstorm out here in South Dakota. Jones and Stanley counties in South Dakota. We're talking about 2-inch lemon-sized hail coming in right now. Get ready in Murdo for 2-inch lemon-sized hail. All right, let's go back over here to Maryland, where we do have a tornado warning right now for Newcastle County, Delaware, and portions of Maryland as well. The rotation is in Maryland. It's about to cross over into the Delaware area near Van Dyke and Hollett's Corners. Take shelter if you're in Townsend, Meadow Vista, or Blackbird. We do have the Peters Scout Camp in the path. So if you're at a campsite right now, you want to not be in a tent or an RV for this tornado. This is our best view right now of the storm in Maryland. So not quite on the same level as the tornado warning in North Dakota. We've got a much better view of that one. But we do have an eye in the sky here in Maryland around our tornado warning. So if we see anything, we will let you know. Whoa, what is all these lights? Are these people just using their signal light? Okay. I was like, there's so many there that I thought it was like emergency lights or something. All right, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, getting lots of traffic out of there. It sounds like there's actually some swiftwater rescues going on right now. So I want to listen to that feed, I think. Yeah, widespread life-threatening flash flooding with multiple water rescues are underway for multiple vehicles submerged in water. Numerous roads and underpasses are impassable, and swiftwater rescue teams have been activated in Newcastle County, Delaware, Chester County, Pennsylvania, and York County, Pennsylvania. All right, check it out. New mesoscale discussion training area of 1 to 3 inch per hour rain rates will continue for a few more hours, will likely cause additional flash flooding. So we're going to continue to watch this area for a few more hours. I am still, even though we have tornado warnings, y'all, I think it's important that I communicate this. Even though we have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff right now, the most concerning thing that we have on the board out of anywhere, more than the tornadoes, okay, is the flash flooding. So I want everybody to understand that. Also, severe thunderstorm watch up here for about 1 million people.
Along with trip by leaking water, appropriate parties have been notified. Belong to sign on floor available. Okay, 48
All right, so this is Delaware County Fire that we're listening to. One of the translations or the transcriptions that Y'allbot made from this feed was 7 occupants in the water. I don't know if it was just, if it misheard something, so I'm listening. But this is what it looks like out there in the tornado-warned part of the storm.
Dana Firebird, did you copy?
No.
transporting the Lankenau.
To Lankenau, 2053.
Half rescued for that 7 people call. So that's a real thing. There's 7 people in the water.
You notified you go for a response. Protocol wires in the street parking. Move address 156 Chrome Creek. I don't have a phone number for you.
Okay.
Yeah, multiple vehicles submerged. Yeah, so what we're listening to is the Delaware County Fire Ops 8. They're going vehicle by vehicle and pulling people out here because all in this area, we've got a significant flash flooding situation going on top of now a tornado situation, okay? So very unfortunate and significant stuff happening out here in Delaware. But you can see the winds starting to pick up here on this county, or on this camera down here on Highway 13.
Sit down. $59. Get into brush. For Ridge and High Ridge, we're getting a couple calls. Pico was the project part 0.
Yeah, I'm looking around at several different cameras just to see if there's anything else to show here. Specifically around the area of rotation, I don't have anything. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning in Delaware. It probably is a decent chance that this was producing a tornado, or was at least capable of producing a tornado a few moments ago, but the rotation looks a lot less apparent to me at this point. But you should still be taking shelter out here in Townsend and Blackbird. And look at that shaft. Big rain and hail shaft there visible from Burleigh County, North Dakota, where we have another tornado warning currently near Bismarck. Now, this storm looks a lot more impressive on radar. And the rotation with this isn't even that incredible. But you can see Brandon Kopek's location there, and we've got an incredible storm out here producing a golf ball size hail and a tornado potentially in Burleigh County, North Dakota right now. By the way, new day one outlook dropped, and it has we no longer have an enhanced risk. And just to show you the effect that has on the whiz, or the DOS, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the daily outlook score. So now our threshold to go live is way up here at 158. So whenever we have the lower severity outlooks, that increases the threshold. So, but we're going to stay on the air here because we still got a weather intensity score right now of 119.2, which is actually quite significant. That we've got a lot of stuff going on. We've got tornado warnings. We've got flash flood warnings. I've only been on the air for 2 hours and 30 minutes. It would feel wrong if we ended so soon, to be honest. So We're going to keep covering this stuff here. So if you know anybody out there that needs, weather coverage, whether they're in Philadelphia, North Carolina, Delaware, any of these places that we're covering, let them know that we're going to be on the air covering this situation in real time. Like we're dropping details before they hit the news. Y'all bots transcribing this stuff and putting it in front of me before you can even hear it. So, you help us get the word out there. Share us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. And if you don't want to do that, then at least hit the like button like you would on any normal YouTube video, and that'll have the algorithm do the hard work for us, the heavy lifting for us, if you will. Man, these cameras just keep freezing. It's not like we'd see anything from them, so I don't know why I'm so upset about it, but I am. Are there water rescues in North Carolina? Here's what I'm hearing as far as water rescues go. Now, we're mostly listening to feeds in Pennsylvania right now. So Yalbot and Jared can only listen to, like 50 feeds at once. And most of our critical situations are happening in Pennsylvania. So, but like we do know that there is flooding happening in North Carolina right now. We know that for sure. But most of our stuff's coming out of Chester County, Pennsylvania, where we've got multiple people, including a state trooper reported in the water during an active water rescue attempt. Initial reports confirm 2 civilians in the water. That's in Chester County, Pennsylvania. That was 6 minutes ago. Confirming 2 in the water. Chester County, Pennsylvania. I'm going to probably switch over to that. Chester County Fire EMS. Okay. So we've got, also on top of that, we've got a major water rescue operation initiated for multiple vehicles in the water with a confirmed total of 7 occupants in the water. Crews later confirmed the successful removal at least 2 occupants. That's in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. And then in Newcastle County, Delaware, we've got flooding going on as well. And then in Chester County, Pennsylvania, we've got a vehicle reported halfway submerged in a creek. A subsequent, possibly related incident involved 2 people in the water, one of whom was a state trooper. So that's what's going on out there.
Close from 82 southbound at the 35 fence.
Let's go back to the Delaware tornado warning real quick. The rotation's let up a lot. It's let up a lot. And this is 139. This is what it looks like out there where the rotation should be right now. And I honestly don't even see much in the way of like the winds blowing or anything. But stay sheltered at least for the next 12 minutes up here. Also, some good news. It looks like the rain is calming down at least a little bit in Wilmington right now. And downtown Philadelphia. So that's really good news. I don't know how long that'll last, but at least for right now, it looks like it's calming down a little bit. By the way, we got a big severe thunderstorm warning down here in Delaware for Sussex County, Delaware, and Caroline County, Maryland. And this one, honestly, this looks more intense than the tornado warning on the front side of this. So this is what it looks like right now in Seaford, Delaware, as a severe storm moves in. So this is what's going to be coming towards you in Georgetown. So there is about 130,000 people in the path of this storm. So it is a significant storm that's coming in up towards Georgetown, Delaware right now. Also, it's moving very, very slowly. So, well, actually, this one's moving quite quickly. But given the pattern that we've seen with all these other ones, it's very possible that it slows down over Georgetown and potentially causes some flooding problems. All right, let's check back in on Raleigh. Has it started in Raleigh yet? Downtown? No, it hasn't. So the rain has moved past Durham for the most part, but it's really just now working into Raleigh. So we are under a severe thunderstorm warning in Raleigh for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. But man, this looks like another place where we could see some stalling. I could definitely see the storms kind of stalling out here for a little bit. Additionally, some places that got hit by a lot of heavy rain earlier today over here between Greensboro and Winston-Salem, you're getting another pretty significant downpour here in High Point. And I would not be surprised at all if the flooding's getting worse here. Can anybody confirm that? Is anybody watching in High Point, North Carolina? So the problem with our systems, like Y'allbot's not going to start listening to the feeds down here while there's tornado warnings, right? So the problem with our system, I think, is that this area is under a considerable flash flood warning, and it's just going to continue to be under a considerable flash flood warning until there is a tornado emergency, if that even happens. I'm sorry, a flash flood emergency. So it's not going to get a higher ranking, I guess, in what it needs to listen to. But I would say that things are getting much worse here between Thomasville and Jamestown right now. And that downpour is going to continue for quite some time. I don't see an end in sight. And man, there's some stuff building back here in western North Carolina as well. So yeah, the flooding situation is going to continue to get worse back here around High Point.
Recommended. Signals refusing EMS services. There's 23 ambulance and 94 available. Sure, recommended, okay.
That's a 3531 route.
Yeah, trying to listen in as much as possible. But yeah, the flooding down there is definitely getting worse. I would expect that similar stuff is happening out here in the Wilmington area. But once again, I think that the rain in Wilmington is at least letting up a little bit right now. So that's good news. But I don't know how much longer it's going to be letting up, if that makes any sense.
That's 22. Okay. Lake Creek Road is just growing high trees and wires.
D5 3318 Ellington Lane, Northridge Village, Peninsula Borough and Emotional Disorder, Phoenix Gear.
I'm going to switch over to the Philadelphia police, maybe. There are power lines down on the street. We're getting that kind of report in from Philadelphia a lot. In Newcastle, Delaware, we have 5 to 6 vehicles in the water, especially. We don't know if they're occupied or not. We've got special ops on W11. So Newcastle, Delaware. That's honestly, need to just listen to all of these. That would get a little overwhelming, though. Can't imagine Jared listening to all these at once. So this is related to the 7 vehicle incident that we were hearing about earlier.
25-7 officer, over.
25-7 officer.
So what we're listening to here is the Newcastle County Fire.
Proceed fire, line 25.
Responding, 3.
Proceed.
Yeah, there's 5 minutes left on that tornado warning. A lot of the footage that we're looking at here through these traffic cameras is coming from this severe thunderstorm warning that's about to make it into Georgetown in Delaware. So y'all get ready for that.
Users are fine.
2-2.
All right, we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning over here in Campbell, Edmonds, and Falk counties in South Dakota. We're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Ipswich and Falkton over the next hour. Get ready for it.
MRU 18 officer to Special Ops 503. Deploy 1 blue raft to the far vehicle, 1 mother and 1 baby. And then the close vehicle has 1 adult that's capable of walking. Okay, raft's on its way.
All right, so if you are just now tuning in, we've got reports of 5 to 6 vehicles submerged in floodwaters, prompting major operations in Newcastle County, Delaware. Also in Chester County, Pennsylvania, water rescues in progress for 2 civilians in floodwaters. Multiple reports of sparking power lines and of electrical faults and utility company responses from the storm across Philadelphia and Newcastle County. So really up here from York County down to Newcastle County, Delaware. York County, Pennsylvania, down to Newcastle County, Delaware. That's where we're hearing most of our damage reports and stuff right now.
MRU 29 and quarters.
We'll go kind of one by one here and go through all of these warnings. We got 2 minutes left on that tornado warning in Delaware. We've also got 2 minutes left on the one in North Dakota. I don't think that they will reissue that, but the storm
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I take that back. Okay, that's not the North Dakota warning, but the Delaware warning. This is a completely separate part of the storm. Okay, so we've got a tornado warning for Georgetown now. So we've got some air, a little bit of rotation right here to the south and west of Georgetown, prompting a tornado warning for Sussex County, Delaware. All right, that's a little bit of rotation, but we've seen that on days like today, especially where we've got those low cloud bases, this kind of storm can definitely do it. This kind of storm can produce tornadoes. So we are going to be taking shelter in Sussex County, Delaware immediately. This is a very dangerous storm, and it's moving up towards Gravel Hill. So if you are in Gravel Hill, take shelter now. This is Sussex County, Delaware. This is going to be for the next 31 minutes. Georgetown, Milton, and Lewis. You guys are all included in this. The rotating part of the storm, if it's producing a tornado, it is going to go through Georgetown. It is going to go through Georgetown. So we got to get everybody in their safe spots out there in Georgetown, Delaware right now. You can see, pretty interestingly here from this camera angle, the storm has very obviously got some inflow. So the winds are kind of ripping in towards the storm there. That kind of enhances the idea that we might have a spin-up tornado happening right here. You got warm, moist air trying to come into the storm this way, which is something that we don't always see in these more linear kind of events. A lot of times everything's just completely outflow dominant. But yeah, right there's your little bit of spin that we're trying to get that's coming into Georgetown right now. So take shelter in Georgetown in Sussex County, Delaware. This is a dangerous storm.
MRU 18 officer.
You've got places like Microtel and the Delaware Technical Community College. Those are the places that I would say are closest to being impacted by the rotating part of this storm. And then right after that, you've got downtown Georgetown. We've got places like Layton Park, Greenela Acres, and Highland Terrace. There's just a little bit down the road there. You can see the winds are starting to get kind of strong here. This is specifically, this camera is near the Delaware Technical Community College. If you know where the Walmart Supercenter is, just imagine the intersection there between Highway 113 and Highway 18. That's where this camera is, and that's where the strongest winds are. These are the winds that would be technically coming into the tornadic circulation. So the fact that they're strong is a pretty interesting sign. So this might be a real threat that we've got to deal with here in Georgetown. So hopefully everybody's taking shelter.
Take 9 Falls alert, 1057 Church Road.
Delay, I don't have any notes in there. Hold on, give me a second. All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
So if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the tornado warned storm that's going through Georgetown, Delaware right now. The next places that are going to be kind of in the path here include Salisbury Switch, Gravel Hill, and Harbison. Yeah, it's interesting that this one's, we've gotten the most wind activity up here on the northern side of town. I'm looking at the camera on the southern side of town, and it's not as intense. This one is technically closer to the actual rotating part of the storm, which I guess maybe it's just kind of frozen. This one's a little bit closer to the Georgetown Historical Society down there at First State Chevrolet. So literally the rotating part of the storm is going right over this camera right now. This camera, my bad. So who's controlling these cameras? I don't think anybody's controlling these cameras. I think that they're like automatically, like they're every 10 seconds, they're just like pointing to a new like saved waypoint. I don't think anybody's actually controlling these cameras. But if there is somebody controlling these cameras, they are having a blast. They are just whipping it around, son. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a live view of Georgetown, Delaware, where we have a tornado warning right now. I don't see any tornadoes. Okay, we've been looking pretty hard for them. I don't see them, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes, and it certainly doesn't mean there's not going to be damage. So we need to be continuing to take shelter out here in Sussex County, Delaware, for the next 25 minutes. Hey, Chris, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. And John, thank you as well. And congrats to all the people that now have memberships. Oh, we got an update from the Y'all Squad. Do we have an update?
County 59, Walmart Place at Ring Road. Counts for Township, Delaware County Water Rescue.
Okay, yeah, we've got something coming from the Y'all Squad here soon. The Y'all Squad's in Texas, and I believe we're going to be going to North Carolina soon.
Take 127.
Tornado warning continues for 23 more minutes over here in Sussex County, Delaware.
Fire alarm. 71 Pulaski Street between Glasgow Street and Van Steuben Drive, box 9602 West Pottsgrove.
In South Dakota, we've got a strong thunderstorm producing a severe thunderstorm warning for Pierre. It looks like the biggest part of the storm is going to the north and east of town. We're going to slide down Highway 34, though, towards Lake Sharp, Blunt, Harold, and Highmore.
Currently, I don't see road restrictions for Penguin Road.
Markley said that they were in Sulphur Alley a block away and could see smoke. They're now about the vehicles in Sulphur Alley.
Yeah, we've got these guys at Chester and Montgomery County Fire and EMS talking about potential water rescues going on here.
69 OK basement smoke detector.
We've got multiple reports of vehicles in water requiring emergency response in Union and Providence and Delaware counties in Pennsylvania.
Okay, system 27.
Squad 27 location.
All right, let's go back to Delaware where we have 21 minutes remaining on our warning out here. And honestly, the rotation is not really with us anymore. If there's any chance of a tornado, it's going to be right here near the Salisbury Switch area, which is very close to camera number 51. Which is one of them that we're watching on our screen right now. And once again, I don't see any tornadoes here, but we have had some pretty significant wind visible.
356 recorded by 308.
Yeah, the tornado warning continues for 20 more minutes at this point. Gravel Hill. Let's see here. Gravel Hill, Quakertown, these are all places that are in the path. Some more locations to consider here in our tornado warning would be the Beebe Medical Center. All right, big hospital out there at the Cape Henlopen High School. The Colonial East Trailer Park is in the path. And once again, that's pretty close to where this little kink is, where the potential tornado is, moving up towards the north and east. Okay, moving right up towards Belltown. So we need you to take shelter out there. And then also we've got the Tall Pines Campground in the path and the Delaware Coastal Airport. We've actually got a few trailer parks in the path here. We got Colonial East, the Tall Pines Campground, the Sussex East Trailer Park, Woods Edge Trailer Park, and the Daniels Trailer Park. So if you're in a mobile home, the last place you want to be in a tornado is in a mobile home, right? So you want to try to get to a more substantial shelter if possible, and try to get there as quickly as possible. Something site built, something with sturdy foundation, and with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, preferably in a basement.
The caller's back on the line saying that they took the subject to the hospital themselves. Okay.
Another report from Chester County. This is Thunder. We're on Plight and Ring Road. Water rescue. Okay, so there's a water rescue going on in Chester County again. Basements are rare in Delaware. Yes. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying preferably that's where you would want to be, but I understand that it's not an option for a lot of people in Delaware.
Copy 25. Stark County is recalling its five and apparently the same vehicles as previous.
That's correct. We're on scene and available.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on my end, Jared. You might want to try refreshing and doing it again. I don't know. There shouldn't be any problems with it, but there's the limit is 500 megabytes, so shouldn't be a problem. Rossford. Oh, it actually just showed up. Rossford, Ohio. This is Amy. Thank you for sending this in. Nice looking cloud there earlier with a storm that we had pop up in Rossford, Ohio. And here's an update from the Y'all Squad. Maybe.
Hey, Ron, I'm coming to you live from Comfort, Texas, just outside of Kerrville in Kerr County, where the community is still reeling from the devastating flooding that hit on the 4th of July. I spent the day driving through these back roads, talking with folks, and I got to tell you, the level of destruction here is hard to put into words. This place is completely shattered. I mean, people have lost their homes, their sense of security, and for many, they're just now starting to understand the full weight of what truly happened. We're going to continue to be on the ground here in the days ahead, doing everything we can to support this area, but we're also going to stay locked in on what's happening elsewhere across the country. We know tonight there's additional flash flooding developing, especially around Philadelphia and other areas in the Northeast, and I just want to let your viewers know the Y'all Squad's ready to show up. We've got trucks loaded, we've got teams on standby, we're monitoring every development, and if another community finds itself in trouble, we're going to be on the move. In just the past 8 weeks, we've responded to 4 major disasters and delivered over $350,000 in direct aid, and that's only possible because of the folks watching right now. So to everyone who's donated or supported us along the way, thank you so much. If you want to help us continue to do this work, you can always head over to theyallsquad.org to get involved. That's the latest from down here in Texas. Thank you.
Great stuff, Dalton. Great stuff, Dalton. Everybody say W for Dalton. And did you guys hear that? Isn't that plumb wild? From this YouTube channel, from y'all, just over the past little bit, we've been able to just give out $350,000. However people need it. And we've helped a lot of people thanks to y'all. 350, that's a lot. That's like, we're making a big difference. So, pat yourself on the back. Like, this is a big deal. And I'm so happy that you guys give us the ability to do this stuff. Seriously. Like, that's crazy. I never would have imagined that we would get to this point.
Just from Scarlet come in. Scarlet, man. 110 Scarlet Road can be closed out. The water rescue at Thorndale and Scarlet Road can also be closed out. We're releasing Ops 1.
Yeah, tornado warning continues for 14 minutes. By the way, update on Newcastle County. The report of 5 vehicles in high water. All victims were successfully removed, and the vehicles were marked. Emergency units are clearing that scene now. And this is, just some more imagery that we have available to us from the tornado warning area. And here's a decent shot of where the tornado warning is about to be. Oh, and it just froze. Man, these Delaware cameras, they can't hang very long. Yeah, they're there for a little bit and then they go away. Okay, yeah, you can see the wind is trying to pick up there. This is specifically, this camera is near Arabian Acres. So this is out in front of the line as it comes into Belltown. And honestly, this is probably the most intense the storm has looked from the traffic camera standpoint. So, once again, I don't have any reports. I don't have any kind of confirmation on a tornado here, but we definitely got a strong storm coming into Belltown and Quakertown. And this is what it looks like right on the front side as it starts to come in. All right, here's a good view. You can see it coming in from a little bit of a distance here. This is from Carpenter's Corner. So this is the tornado warned storm that's approaching Carpenter's Corner now, coming out of Harbison in Sussex County, Delaware, where we do have a tornado warning that's continuing for a good 11 more minutes at least. All right, let's go check out another warning. We continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Pocomoke City for the next 25 minutes. 26,000 people are included in that one. And then we've got a big time severe thunderstorm warning over here in South Dakota for 40 more minutes. And then in North Dakota, that stuff that Brandon was on is kind of moved off to the east now, moving over towards Medina and Gackle. Medina, right? Or is it Medina? Yeah, I don't know. Got reports of multiple cars driving over wires.
Cars advising of dizziness and headache.
Yeah, somebody just came over the radio and said multiple cars are driving over downed wires right now.
B9's en route to the CO alarm.
I received B9.
Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is what it looks like as our significant tornado-warned storm moves into Sussex County, Delaware. You can see it quite clearly there in the distance. Coming back over here to the radar, we have Platte, Burke, and Lake Andes under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible over here in Brule, Charles Mix, and Gregory County, South Dakota for the next hour. Ooh, we lost the camera mid-lightning strike here. Look at this. That was the last frame that we got from this camera in Georgetown, Delaware. I don't know if, okay, we got it back. Got some heavier rain visible from this camera. This is, let's see here, Delaware number 72. Where is this one? That's up there between Houston and Cripple Creek. So the rain has officially started up there north and west of Carpenter's Corner. This view right here is from a little bit farther away in Carpenter's Corner. Right there at the, what is this? The Wawa. Yeah, the gas station over there is the Wawa in Carpenter's Corner. Tornado warning is still in effect for this area for 7 more minutes. Now I'm looking at the rotation. I don't see a lot of it, but it is going to be a pretty intense storm that's about to move in here very shortly. Two vehicles are submerged in high water in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, both with one occupant each. A water rescue team has been activated to extricate at least one of the occupants. Power lines are reported down in a roadway with multiple cars actively driving over them, creating a significant public safety hazard. That's also in Newcastle County, Delaware. Here's an incredible photo from Generic Throwaway from Keller, Texas. Thank you for sending that in. And then here's something from Stokesdale, North Carolina.
I live in Stokesdale, North Carolina. I'm here to report some flooding of Troublesome Creek in northwest Guilford County. It's probably about a good 4 feet higher than it usually is. There's debris of all sorts There's a tree down. Fun
1090
stuff.
Fireboard, clear Old County Road, Delaware 1 scene.
Ray, thank you so much for sending this in, and great commentary. Honestly, I think that's the move. I think that's how our next step here is. We've got to crowdsource live reporters on the ground. You guys are, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. Stokesdale, North Carolina. That's the water rising a little bit earlier. Whoa! Here's another view of that storm from Rossford, Ohio. That looks pretty crazy. That was earlier today. And then here's that again from a different vantage point. So we've got a lot of people watching from Ohio. I'm sorry I haven't talked a lot about Ohio. Honestly, it's just, I don't think we've had even like one severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio today. So that's one of the reasons why. There's a storm coming down towards the weather house, though. Look at this. We got a little special weather statement. Mountain Parkway's getting hit by a strong storm right now in Sayersville. That's coming down towards Prestonsburg. Maybe some small hail, some very heavy rain. It's very slow moving. So it might cause some very intermittent flooding problems. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Halifax County, North Carolina. It's going to go on for an hour for the I-95 corridor between Roanoke Rapids and Enfield. How are we doing in Raleigh? Looks like just some heavy rain right now. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. Gosh, man, the rain back here is still happening, huh? Well, it looks like it's calmed down. Like the rainfall rate in Greensboro and High Point right now definitely isn't as high as it was earlier, but it's definitely still capable of producing some problems here. Let's go over to WeatherWise, and let's load up the radar. And let's just try to look and see what the estimates are for storm total precip. Yeah, it's piling up. Yeah, we're at like some places maybe are close to 6 inches, 7 inches. So the worst of the rain right now, as far as I can tell, is between Thomasville and High Point. And there's still quite a bit more rain on the way in this specific area here. You can see a lot of this has just come in the past little bit. So this is one of those situations where, I mean, if it keeps it up for like just one more hour, we're going to have a dire situation on our hands here probably. 6 inches of rain in a pretty short period of time is not anything to play around with. And once again, that's just a radar estimate. And to be honest with you, we don't have the best radar coverage here. So it could be a little bit higher than that. It could be a little bit lower than that. But honestly, the Raleigh radar, I think, is actually a little bit closer, and it's painting about the same thing, 6 inches of rain here. So we'll look at some official gauges. But for now, that's what it looks like. Let's go back over to the Delaware tornado warning, which is expiring now. It is expiring now. So we shouldn't have to worry about it too much here soon. But we do have just less than a minute left on that tornado warning, okay? But this is what it looks like out there in Sussex County, Delaware, as the storm moves through. I'm trying to find a couple different vantage points here. Yeah, if there's any rotation left at all, it's hitting this camera right now. That's where it is.
Station 25 units and quarters.
So yeah, I'm giving you a little bit of a tour here around the Belltown and Quakertown area, just to see if we can see anything. Honestly, the rotation is once again mostly gone, and now the tornado warning is gone. Okay, so we no longer have a tornado warning over here in Delaware, but we still have obviously a very strong storm on our hands that's going to continue to cause some problems for the foreseeable future. Now that it's slowing down, honestly, it is slowing down, and that is going to cause maybe some flooding problems, especially in southern Delaware. That's where I'd be most concerned about that.
Utility 19 and quarters.
But yeah, the tornado warning's been allowed to expire. All eyes are on Greensboro and High Point, North Carolina, where it looks like that's probably where the worst of the storm is right now. As far as the flooding side of things goes. So we're going to keep looking at that. And then we're also going to come over here and update on this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one's considerable for actually for hail. So we got golf ball size hail coming down towards Fort Thompson. This is Buffalo, Hughes, Hyde, and Stanley counties in South Dakota. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 43 minutes. No longer have a tornado warning, but it's getting plumb wild out there. And how do we say this? Is it Lewis? Lewes? Delaware? How do you say it? Y'allbot's got some storm reports it wants to relay. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
Ryan, the chat has been absolutely buzzing. Here's the mega roundup. The biggest story from the past hour is the life-threatening flash flooding and numerous water rescues in the Philly suburbs. That's Delco, PA, and into Wilmington, Delaware. More recently, the panic has fully shifted to Raleigh, North Carolina, with reports of biblical rain and scary scanner chatter about a tornado. The tornado threat also remains very active in Sussex County, Delaware. And a quick PSA from the viewers, that town is pronounced Medina.
Medina? Ain't no way. Ain't no way it's Medina. What's chat up to?
Hold on to your radar, Ryan, because the chat has shifted its collective anxiety eastward. While North Carolina is still getting drenched, Delaware is the new star of the show, with reports of wild lightning and flooded streets from Lewis to Wilmington. Speaking of which, the good people of Lewis have formed a digital quorum to gently inform you it's pronounced Lewis, so please update your files accordingly.
Lewis, I knew that. That's simple. I knew that. Well, it's storming out there. They've canceled the tornado warning, but it's still coming down. Some of the latest stuff that we're hearing about include the major road closures due to significant flooding on Route 291 and other local roads. Barricades are being deployed by highway departments in coordination with fire and police. That's Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Multiple vehicles are still reported trapped in high water, with at least one water rescue team activated for occupied vehicles, also in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. This is probably the most we've talked about Pennsylvania and Delaware in a live stream in, I couldn't tell you how long. Well, let's see what old Brandon Kopic's up to. It's still like daylight out there where he is. We need some good traffic cameras out here in North Dakota and South Dakota. Or just generally some cameras. We did just get a 69 mile per hour wind gust report coming out of the mesonet there near Streeter. So this is actually a pretty strong line of storms that we have right now moving through North Dakota and South Dakota.
3732.
So this is why we have that enhanced risk of severe weather. This is it. It's coming towards Aberdeen. We've got 60 mile per hour winds currently on their way to Ipswich and Faulkton. Get ready for that. It's going to be intense when it gets there.
Utility 27 on scene.
And we still have severe thunderstorm warning, considerable severe for Brule, Charles, Mex, and Gregory counties for 38 more minutes. 70 mile per hour winds associated with that one. Our biggest warning by population continues to be the...
with your patient on the side of the building.
That's too loud. Continues to be the flash flood warning out here for Philadelphia. 2 more hours left on this. It's still considerable. We're still getting reports out of here of, flash flooding ongoing. Now, the rain's calmed down a lot, but it's still raining. So it's not going to, we're not going to be done with this for a little while. But the heaviest rain has moved out. Same thing, like I can say everywhere that's experienced flash flooding today, the heaviest rain is moving away from you. That's also true in Richmond. That's true in Durham. But it's not true in Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and High Point. Like, this is, at this point, the place that I am most concerned about. And honestly, we probably should start, focusing on that area a little bit.
Taking 3 Dales for crossing. 1450 Lights Rabbit, room 6. Different township. Injured person probably fall.
Alan Marcus, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships.
Making 255, 647, Harvey's Bridge Red, Newland Township, unresponsive person.
But yeah, lots of heavy rain right here around High Point and Thomasville. Do we have anybody watching in Lexington, Thomasville, High Point, Jamestown, or Greensboro, North Carolina? Let's hear your firsthand reporting on what's going on out there. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot, from this end that I can tell other than just looking at the radar.
Making 255, one county response.
Lots of rain. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Lots of rain.
Responding 25 for an engine in front of 565 Unionville Road, East Marlboro Township, Wires, box 3601.
Just we totally put him in available for 36 handle.
25 and 36.
High Point here. Friend's basement is flooded. Lives a mile down the road. Okay. So it's raining a lot, but so far we're not hearing about anything like plumb wild, which is good. But honestly, it's just going to take an inch or two more of rain that comes down really fast, especially since we've had apparently nearly 6 inches of rain down here already.
Clear to not responding now.
That's correct. I found the engine 36.
We got reports of primary power lines down, sparking, and on fire, blocking a major roadway in, guess, Delaware County, Pennsylvania.
That's affirmative.
You guessed it. It's missing some feeds it should be listening to. Yeah, I've got to work on the scoring system. It gets, every county gets like a point for every damage report and flooding report, and then counties also get points for having active warnings. So a lot of the counties in South Dakota are like pushing the flood stuff down. So I've got to figure out how to balance that a little bit. Yeah, manual add button, that would be probably should have been like the first thing that we added.
Station 41 House, Mickey 44, 1215 Francis Drive in Millview, Pencil City, different code reading.
Fort Worth, Texas. David Miller says, should I be worried about Fort Worth, Texas? Not about weather, but like in general, about life. Lots of anxiety here. No, man. Hakuna Matata. You're good. It's all good. Cape May County, New Jersey. Guess what? Severe thunderstorm warning. It expires in an hour. We've got 67,000 people in the path of 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did add a tornado possible tag on there. This is the same storm that sparked the tornado warning for Georgetown earlier to the south and west. So we'll see what happens. Here's another incredible photo from Todd S. This is north of Cleveland, North Dakota, looking west. Dang. That is a nice looking shelf cloud. Let's go back over to South Dakota, where we've got a storm coming down towards Platte. Let's see if John can see anything yet.
Also switch to west fire.
Not really. But Platte and Lake Andes, get ready. It's going to be a significant storm here. With 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also, probably the strongest storm out there right now is the one in Buffalo, Hughes, and Hyde counties in South Dakota. This is coming down towards Lower Brule and Fort Thompson with golf ball size hail. It's going to be plumb wild. In North Dakota, Kidder, Logan, and Stutzman counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving towards Gackle and Colm. We've got 69 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this, maybe up to 70 as the storms get closer. Yeah, we got to work on our camera network in North Dakota and South Dakota, man. It's barren. Barren. There's got to be somebody out there with a camera in Aberdeen that we can tap into. Where you at, Aberdeen?
From here, 27. Captain 27. It's going to be a tree leaning on the wires. Nothing really near it. I put everything in the NPS, put the notes in the NPS.
Yeah, if you want to send in photos and videos of flooding or whatever, clouds, we would love to see those. Send them in to pics@ryanhaulyall.com or over on Twitter @ryanhaulyall. Will we be live tomorrow? I mean, we went live today, so I wouldn't rule it out. I would not expect it. But, yeah, this is what we've got for tomorrow. We've got 2 big slight risks. Now, what happened today was one of the slight risks got an enhanced risk, which was, the thing over here in South Dakota. And then a bunch of warnings happened in high populated areas, and that sent the whiz out the wazoo, and we went live. If the same thing happens tomorrow, if we get another enhanced risk or an elevated tornado threat over here in Nebraska, and then we start getting a bunch of warnings around Charlotte, North Carolina, we'll probably end up going live. It just depends on, what's going on. We really don't want to go live every day, mostly because we don't want to cry wolf. We don't want to make it to where, everybody thinks that we just go live for every rain shower and there's no reason to pay attention whenever we're live. And also, like, I have 2 kids. I've got a wife. I've got I've got other stuff that I'm doing. We've got Y'all Squad. There's things that we need to take care of when we're not live. You know what I mean? So I don't want anybody to think that we are trying to avoid, covering the weather. I think that there's several good reasons to not go live for every single storm. But we're going live more, and tomorrow might be one of those days if things, get out of hand. One thing that's live all the time is the Y'allbot channel, 24/7. It's gotten a lot better. I don't know how long it's been since you guys have watched that, but it is it's awesome. Y'allbot also listens to the scanners and will give you an update on the scanners, and it does all kinds of cool stuff now. That's another thing that I'm working on whenever I'm not live. Hopefully the whiz will stay in the wazoo. Yeah, I think that I'm just going to keep referring to it that way. It makes sense to me. Like, we could say, the weather intensity score might exceed the threshold. But, like, you guys know what I'm talking about. If I'm like, hey, guys, the whiz is about to go plumb out the wazoo, so we're going to go live. Or, the whiz is well within the wazoo, so I'm going to go have supper. I'm going to go be a normal human for a minute. Makes sense. It's a good scale. It's very scientific. Where is the whiz right now? Good question. It is still out the wazoo to an extent, but it is, we're at 126 right now. which I don't know why. What the heck happened here? What's up with the sudden dramatic increase in the camera score? What? I really don't know what the heck that's about. But yeah, we're out the wazoo for sure. Like there's a lot going on. I mean, that last little spike there. I don't know what happened. And then tomorrow, right now, I wouldn't say that there's a good chance that we'll go live, but it depends on what the day one outlook looks like. Why does the whiz number change determining when you go live? So there's two numbers that we generate. There's two numbers that YallBot generates. YallBot downloads every single available piece of information about the weather off the internet every 5 minutes. Literally, it requires a big computer to make it happen. It downloads everything, even like in our Discord server, what people are saying about the weather. It downloads all this information, and it compacts it and it compresses it and it generates a number. For example, tomorrow's number is 41. And that number determines the threshold, right? So if today's number DOS daily outlook score is low, the threshold to go live is high. And the reason that is just to make sure that we're not going live all the time. All right. If the threshold's low, if we don't think that there's going to be a big storm today, we're going to raise the threshold so that if there is like a severe thunderstorm warning somewhere and it just lasts for 30 minutes, we don't go live and, ring the alarm bells for no reason. But if the daily outlook score is high, like if we have a high risk from the Storm Prediction Center, or a moderate risk, or if we have, like today, a high moderate risk from the Weather Prediction Center for excessive rainfall, or, all these different things, then the WIS threshold is slow. If we know that things are going to get plumb wild today, that we lower the threshold and we just go live. So there's two different numbers, and they kind of correspond to each other in a way that's why the threshold changes. Like some days the whiz has got to be 120 for us to go live. Some days it's only 60. So hopefully that makes sense. Probably most people don't care, but that if you do, that's the best explanation I have for you. And it also helps me plan. Like, once again, I've got 2 kids. I've got the third one on the way. I'm running a nonprofit. I've got, a lot of stuff going on, and it's nice to be able to look at a number and that allows me to plan. Like, here's what I can do today. Like today, for example, we're on standby mode. So I said everything is off the table. I'm not doing anything other than sitting here and watching the weather and seeing if I need to go live. It's a beautiful thing to be able to do that. And everybody's on the same page. My wife has the whiz. She's constantly looking at it. Everybody on the team is, and it's very tailored to us and our operation here. But I also think it's a unique and cool thing to look at publicly and release publicly as well. So yeah, we're continuing to see rain come down over here in Greensboro. It's calming down a little bit, but man, there's still so much more back here to the west that's got to come through. So I think the water is going to continue to rise in High Point in Greensboro over the next couple of hours. Now in Raleigh, the storms are really kind of letting up. Now when we started the stream, I talked about this. I said, I hope that what happens here is the storms race towards Raleigh and they kind of dissipate right over the town. And that's for the most part what happened. Now we had some gusty winds, but things are letting up a little bit now. What I am seeing though is there are some storms that are forming down here to the south and west of Holly Springs. And this would be a pretty unfortunate situation if for whatever reason we saw a dramatic increase in convection right here. This could lead to a fire hose situation where we see several storms train over the Raleigh area over and over again. But right now, all we're seeing is a couple of blips. We'll watch this very closely. And if we see a dramatic increase in the amount of precipitation here, then we'll talk about it a little bit more. But for now, things look okay in Raleigh. But yeah, back here towards Hickory, I mean, this is just a downpour and a half, and I'd say the lightning and the thunder's plumb wild out here from Marion over to Hickory, North Lakes. And believe it or not, we do have a camera here. In Hickory. So yeah, it's a downpour and a half.
That's your Chief 93.
Still monitoring the storm in Delaware, and also that severe thunderstorm in Avalon and Wildwood in New Jersey. Get ready for that. It's going to continue to come through. But honestly, stuff's on the severe weather side on the East Coast, stuff is really calming down. Oh, look at this PDS rainbow alert. Brandon Kopic's got an amazing rainbow visible on the storm up there in North Dakota. That's beautiful. Yeah, Brandon's back there near Napoleon, looking towards Fredonia and Gackle. Just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm, by the way, for this storm. This is for Lemoore, Logan, and Stutzman counties in North Dakota for the next hour. We got 4,000 people under the gun for 70-mile-per-hour winds. There was an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust today in Akaska, South Dakota. 79 miles per hour in Martin, South Dakota. Biggest hailstone today came from Hettinger, North Dakota at 2.5 inches. So yeah, lots of reports today. I talked about this earlier, but I need to set up this dashboard to also show rainfall amounts. Yeah, it still looks like the winners today, I guess you could say, as far as rainfall goes, would be the High Point, North Carolina area. A lot of the places, sorry, a lot of the places where we've heard so much about the flooding today through the scanners and stuff, according to radar estimates, only saw about 4 inches of rain. So I'm really surprised we're not hearing more out of Guilford County, North Carolina. Now, don't get me wrong, we've heard a lot. I'm just surprised we haven't heard more. Wow, this is a cool bridge. Oh, great. These cameras are... I really don't like the Delaware cameras and how they move so dramatically and seemingly for no reason.
That's from engine 36.
There's that daggone bridge. Still watching the flash flood warning for Greensboro.
Chester from engine 36.
36, still at one.
Do I have a storm? Not really. Oh, but we've got a cool view. Oh, nice. This is just outside of the weather house here. Looking down towards Prestonsburg, Kentucky. It looks like the cloud is sitting on the daggone ground, man. Talk about a low cloud base today. That is absolutely crazy that that's in Prestonsburg. Literally looks like it's sitting on the ground.
Engine 36, good.
Wait. If we get a lightning strike here, you'll see this is a really cool view. But yeah, we just got a couple of weak storms coming through the Prestonsburg and Salyersville area, and we can see it really good here from the weather house. Come on, lightning. 3, 2, 1, lightning. Oh, man.
Your 44 110 spots.
Well, that was really cool. If there was lightning, you would be amazed, but there's not. So, oh well. Multiple reports of trees down on wires causing sparking, transformers, and active ground fires. Engine 4 has been dispatched to 3 sets of wires down, and it's actively working on the ground. That's in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania.
Road is totally impassable. I'm going to get fire police out here to shut it down at Wilson and 82.
Back up in South Dakota, we got a big storm coming into Miller. Man, I bet it looks crazy in Miller right now. That right there is a pretty intense looking storm. It's going to be coming into Miller, Burdett, and places like Gann Valley over the next hour with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail.
Okay, Slade, you're one in 82.
Chester, Wilson Road and 82, the intersection of 842 and 82. 841 and 82.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all bot.
All right, Ryan, pause your doom scrolling through the HRRR model for a second. The chat's focus is shifting eastward with a lot of nervous energy and lightning reports coming out of Delaware and the South Jersey shore. Also, a critical PSA from the locals, the town of Louis, Delaware, is pronounced Lewis, And
You guys
they
are
seem
still
very
talking about that?
passionate about this. I'm also seeing someone who identified that beautiful double rainbow as a nadir. Proving the real atmospheric instability is right here in the comments section.
That was actually really funny. What the heck? Yeah, Avalon, you guys have got a pretty good storm coming in. Middle Township. Atlantic City, that's going to be coming up towards you soon. The good news is that these storms are moving pretty quickly at this point. They're not kind of training anymore. I hope we don't see a fire hose situation down here. Once again, we had this kind of Boeing line segment move through Raleigh. But what's happening now is at the edge of this, we've got new storms forming down here. And the good news is that they're mostly just weak. Like, this is not going to cause major flooding here. But if these storms were to get stronger and we were to see a train of them move over Raleigh, this would cause some problems here in the near future. But right now, we're keeping positive, and we're not going to say that that's what's happening. And while it is still raining heavily in Greensboro and Winston-Salem, this is kind of more stratiform, moderate rain. It's not the kind of rain that would cause a flash flood emergency at this point. So hopefully that trend continues and we don't see the rainfall rates increase in intensity. In Chester County, the road is completely impassable. So there's somebody saying over the radio that the road is totally impassable. They're going to get the fire and police out here to shut it down at Wilson and 82. The road is totally impassable. So if you are just now tuning in, we're still covering our flooding situation up here in Pennsylvania and Delaware and New Jersey, where a road is reported as totally impassable due to weather conditions, prompting the dispatch of fire and police to shut down the road at the intersection of Wilson and Route 82. Multiple reports of trees down on power lines are coming in from Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. And emergency units were dispatched to a house that was struck by lightning. The caller smells something burning, but there are no visible flames. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
All right, Ryan. While you've been mesmerized by that spinny thing on the screen, the chat has been lighting up with some serious reports out of North Carolina, including major flooding in Durham and a house collapse in Caldwell County. The other major focus is on the Dallas area, especially from one user who seems to be personally battling a hurricane in Justin, Texas. And a quick mea culpa, I have been informed by the locals that Lewis, Delaware, is actually pronounced loose, proving even a genius bot can be humbled by East Coast town names.
Y'all are going too wild. Too wild with the Lewis stuff. We got a decent little storm down here in Georgia. And John McKinney is on that storm down here in South Dakota, coming into Platte. about 8,000 people in the path of a significant storm down there, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Platte. You can see it in the distance there. Lots of lightning with this one as well.
Hey Ryan, got a report for you out of South Dakota. About 13 minutes ago, a personal weather station clocked a 62-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust. This was in Charles Mix County, a little southwest of Platte.
Somebody said, will you check in on Justin, Texas? It's like a hurricane. Well, there are no warnings in Texas. There is this special weather statement. Well, I would say what you're experiencing is not a hurricane, but rather maybe a little bit of a downburst. I would say you're probably getting some pretty strong winds there. You notice how this bubbled up, got pretty strong, and then suddenly it's kind of disappeared. The cloud has kind of literally fallen to the ground potentially, and that's what's leading to the strong winds in Justin right now. But yeah, nothing severe there. Nothing plumb wild. New severe thunderstorm warning for Benson County, North Dakota. Yeah, this stuff will eventually make it over to Grand Forks, but it'll take a while. It'll take a while.
Cesar Mickey 250-51.
By the way, yeah, there is a flash flood warning in Atlanta as well. We've been watching this. Not as much to report on here as some of the other ones. Durham continues to be under a flash flood warning.
Okay, we'll be transporting through. 255-1K. Utility 36K, your response.
Also in South Dakota, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen. So we've got 33,000 people now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Brown and Edmonds counties in South Dakota. That's going to bring about 60-mile-per-hour winds along Highway 12 into Aberdeen, Bath, and Columbia over the next hour.
Ambulance 22, medic 2 unavailable. Ambulance 22, medic 2-1.
Yeah, there's 3 hours left on this flash flood warning around Raleigh, but for the vast majority of Raleigh, it's stopped raining. Notice the development of new thunderstorms down here, though. That's what we're keeping an eye on. Very closely. Nothing to be terrified about, or anything like that, but something to watch. By the way, the town of Jamestown's about to get hit pretty hard by a big storm up here in North Dakota. I know that we were together not too long ago talking about storms. Just get ready. It's about to come down out there. Nothing as severe as, what we saw last time, but still something to watch as the storm comes in.
Thirty-seven 34 is en route, Chester.
3734.
It's flooding pretty bad in Durham, North Carolina again. What's it like in Durham, North Carolina? Once again, if you guys are able to, only if you can do so safely, feel free to send pictures and videos into pics@ryanhaulyall.com. We'll show them here on the air. But once again, only if you can do so safely. It'll help us tell the story of what's going on. So hopefully the fire hose things that we were talking about, hopefully that doesn't happen, because that's going to come right up into the Durham area as well. So far, still not too concerned about what we're seeing here. But any additional rain that we get is going to cause problems, so it's unfortunate. Where's it? pics@ryanhaulyall.com. That's an email address that you can send your photos to, or you can send them on Twitter, just @RyanHaulyall. New severe thunderstorm warning for Jamestown, by the way. Lots of new severe thunderstorm warnings all across South Dakota. Here's one for Aurora, Beetle, and Brule counties for the next hour. 30,000 people are included in that. That includes Chamberlain. And then also down here in Charles Mix, Douglas, and Gregory counties, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. And in North Dakota, we're still watching this severe thunderstorm warning for the next 42 minutes. This is a really strong storm between Oberon, Cheyenne, and Warwick. Yeah, well, one of the reasons why it's flooding so easily over here in Durham and places like that is just because of how much rain we saw just the other day. So the ground's super saturated over there, and even though we didn't get as much rain in Durham as we did, for example, in High Point, it's leading to a similar amount of flooding, And that's why I'm tracking even like the smallest little rain showers like this, because this is going to make a difference. On a normal day, this little blob of rain that's popped up over here near Holly Springs that's moving up towards Raleigh wouldn't mean anything to anybody. It's just a little nuisance. But even that will swell creeks and streams and stuff enough to cause problems. And if you get enough of those, it'll cause major problems. Wow, here's the hurricane that we heard about earlier in Justin, Texas.
Station 37, boat 24, medic 94.
Look at that. That definitely is the reason why you had those strong winds. This thing kind of just fell down, produced the downburst, and then went away. That's awesome, though. Thank you. Thank you for sending that in. This is from Dom, looking west from Ellendale, North Dakota. Sorry, another insane shelf cloud.
System 36.
On location at North Chatham in the area of Springdale. The occupant of that vehicle has made his own way out.
It's 36, okay.
Yeah, things will pick back up again tomorrow. There's going to be more severe thunderstorms. There's going to be more rain, especially down here in the Carolinas. So if it doesn't happen today, it probably will happen tomorrow as far as like the flooding stuff goes.
Medic 94-2, can you respond?
So the rain's still coming down in High Point, and we're still hearing more and more reports about the flooding. I got to change the algorithm for the scoring for the radios.
Do you still need the boats?
Are there no like official LSRs from over there? Because that should be kicking it up. Like as soon as those start coming in, it'll get back on there.
Station 37, boat 24, medic 94-2. Authority of System 36, recall. Medic 94-2.
Go ahead, y'all bot.
Major storm report roundup coming at you, Ryan. This is a widespread severe event with the Dakotas as the clear at the center. We're tracking numerous powerful wind gusts in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range, topped by a destructive 81 mile per hour gust in South Dakota. On top of the wind, we've also got reports of half-dollar-size hail near Bismarck. The system's reach is massive, with significant reports stretching from a recent 60 mile per hour gust near Nampa, Idaho, all the way out to North Carolina.
Here's a photo from Johnson City, Tennessee, a little bit earlier. Jamie, thanks for sending this in. Flooding. We actually had a couple flash flood warnings in Tennessee earlier.
Bowling Green in 1385 Newark Road. The main detox building, room 42, New Garden Township, a sick person.
The rain around Durham specifically is letting up significantly. But we've got another decent little plume coming into downtown Raleigh, and I'm honestly invested in how this is going to impact the streams and stuff down here. So.
Thank you, 84. Riverside Bar and Hotel, 209 South Hanover Street, North Custer Township. Now call it is.
Pull up Ocean City, New Jersey beach cameras. What is that? I've got no cameras over here. I can't show stuff unless I've got permission. So if those are your cameras, we can talk. Ocean City, New Jersey beach cameras. Oh, yeah. Those are cool. Those are cool. There's a pretty big storm moving through Ocean City right now, and the cameras are plumb wild. I will email them.
Email 23-1 Caney response.
Thanks for the recommendation. But yeah, we've got some very strong winds moving through Ocean City right now. Those are also going to make it up to Ventura City and Atlantic City at some point. Oh, wow. These guys have got a nice network. That's awesome. Hold on. Let me write this down here.
Chester, you can clear utility 36 and fire police 36 from the Doe Run call. Road is closed.
Copy that.
Yeah, we've got a pretty significant storm hitting Ocean City, New Jersey right now. Moving up towards Atlantic City. Here's a photo of what the storm looked like west of Miller, South Dakota earlier. We were actually talking about this on the air, like how cool that probably looked. And there you go. It looked just as cool as I thought it did. Holy smokes, Dom. Thank you for sending this in. Yeah, there's 2 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning down here for Cape May, New Jersey. I'm actually surprised they don't have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Atlantic City. Like, that's definitely going to be a severe thunderstorm. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've got New Jersey cameras, but there's none down there near Atlantic City for some reason. Yeah, Jared. If you're just now tuning in, we've got widespread flash flooding confirmed by numerous storm reports across multiple places, including Chester County, Delaware County, Coatesville, Glen Mills, Chadsford Township, Tinicum Township, and Lansom County in Pennsylvania. So most of our stuff that's happening right now is happening in Pennsylvania. And also there's a lot of stuff happening in North Carolina as well. Unfortunately, we're not getting as many official storm reports. I guess, it's so wild down there, they're not submitting them, but it's definitely pretty crazy what's going on down there. We've got some significant flooding happening now and also about to happen. Look at how quickly the river's risen here. The river gauge for the is this the East Fork River in High Point, North Carolina, showing it's already at 11.33 feet, well into minor flood stage with plenty of rain to come. That is a very fast rise. Look, from literally 2 feet to 11 feet in a very, very short period of time.
Just 3734 is on scene. 3734, okay, you can go available. They have closed on their end.
So right now, at this specific moment, we've got a break. The rain has really calmed down in High Point. But notice how there's still all this over here in New Hickory. That might have to come through here. The good news is I don't see any new bubbling convection. I don't see any new thunderstorms forming, which is something that we really wouldn't want to see right now. Now, I do see thunderstorms forming over here near Raleigh. And they continue to, increase in intensity. So we'll have to watch this corridor for some flooding in the near future here. I guess there is some good news. I'm looking at some of these other river gauges around here, and like some of them are starting to top out. 10.97 feet at Buffalo Crest at Westover Terrace in Greensboro, North Carolina. You can see how it's starting to round the curve and actually come down a little bit there. I don't know if that's a tributary, if that's like a smaller stream or a larger one. Sometimes whenever like a lot of them will start to go down and then one will start to really go up as they all flow into it. And that's usually where your biggest flooding concerns come from. You see this one is still very much rising. 12.64 feet at South Buffalo Creek near Greensboro, North Carolina. But it's crazy how fast these came up. And that's what I'm saying. If we just had 1 or 2 more inches of rain that fell right during this period, we would be looking at a catastrophe here. Yeah, so here's the one of them that's in minor flood stage. This is the one that we just looked at from the image that we were just looking at. This one's also in minor flood stage. This is Brush Creek at the Muirfield. This is Brush Creek, but it's starting to level off. National Weather Service Raleigh saying we have been receiving several reports of cars stranded and a handful of water rescues in the Durham area. Please avoid traveling in this area. Light rain and heavily saturated grounds will likely result in conditions slowly improving. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with right now. We've got a lot of flooding going on, obviously, in North Carolina. I don't think it's a worst-case scenario. I don't think we're dealing with a worst-case scenario here. But it is something that we're going to have to watch again tomorrow, unfortunately. Tomorrow, it is possible that we will be live again, actually, as the storm or as the storms continue to cause problems. On the day 2 outlook, look at here. We have a potential for another slight risk of severe weather down here from Augusta, Georgia, up to Raleigh. That's going to be causing some problems with severe weather. And then obviously we're also going to be talking about North Platte, Omaha, down towards Garden City with some severe storms out there too. And then on top of all that, we've got ourselves a WPC excessive rainfall outlook this is for today, but tomorrow we've got another slight risk here, and I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if it looks like we're going to have training thunderstorms if we saw another moderate risk from Columbia up to Greensboro. So the flooding situation is not over yet. It's not over yet, okay? Let me load up the HRRR. We'll look at the future radar, too. How about that? So this is what it looks like. Right now, essentially, things are going to continue to get better as we go into the overnight hours. Things are going to kind of calm down. Now, over here in the Midwest, this line of storms is actually going to keep trucking for a while, and it'll probably even hit Des Moines at 5 a.m. with some severe weather. So that'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But as far as the flooding concerns go, we're really on a down. Like we're going downhill here. Like there's not much else to be concerned about tonight, except for the fact that we are going to see some storms, trying to reform on the southern side here. If too many of these hit the same area over and over again, especially places that saw significant flash flooding the other day, those will lead to some flooding problems. But the biggest part of our risk is over today. But what happens tomorrow is around 1 p.m. We're going to start to see some more of those bubblers. All right, we're going to start to see some more of those isolated showers and thunderstorms popping up in Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina. And those are going to turn into lines of storms once again. And they're going to cause problems with damaging winds and lightning and hail and all that stuff. But if we see an area of storms kind of gang up on one zone and hit it over and over again, we're going to have flooding. But according to the HRRR, honestly, I'm not seeing too much of a problem there. It does look like things are going to progress quite quickly. But on days like tomorrow, you really have to watch it frame by frame as it happens. Like it's the smallest little mesoscale accident could lead to, something completely different happening over here. So definitely be on the lookout for flash flooding tomorrow in North Carolina and South Carolina, and also just generally some severe weather. And we'll probably see a very similar thing happen again on Friday. And then looking back over here, after this mesoscale convective system kind of calms down tonight, tomorrow we're going to have more strong storms around North Platte. Honestly, it doesn't look nearly as intense as what we had today. And then on Friday, man, another decent round of storms around Des Moines. Friday's another day that we could go live potentially. I don't know, man. What the heck's going on? It's supposed to be quiet. This is the time of year where it's supposed to be quiet. Well, do we already have? Yeah, we've got a decent size day 3 slight risk here from Wichita all the way up to Cedar Rapids and Dubuque. And then, of course, we've got our traditional East Coast marginal risk for our pulse storms and flood makers. So that'll be an interesting day. Yeah, it's a decent little storm that's coming through Raleigh now. Dropping a decent amount of rain. The good news is we don't see anything else popping up behind that. So hopefully it'll just be this and it'll get out of here. Still looking at a break in the precipitation around High Point, so things are looking up. Y'all bought roast that girl that said she was unfollowing Ryan. Who said that? Who said that? We'll stick y'all bought on them right now. Who said that? Y'all bought didn't pick it out on its own. I would have to direct it. But I can't find it. Oh, somebody said that on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter's been a mess. Or X.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's that tornado warning for Atlantic County, New Jersey, and Ocean County, New Jersey. All right, Walls. See, this is when we need our ocean cameras, man. And honestly, some of the stuff that we were just seeing, or that I was just seeing, looking at that camera, was probably the beginning stages of this. This is a decent amount of rotation down here between Brigantine and the Absecon Wildlife Area. Sorry if I said both of those completely wrong. But we've got a really strong storm that's moving out of Ocean City and Atlantic City now and into Brigantine and up there towards Long Beach Township. And we do have a tornado warning now for this. It's going to go on for 31 minutes. Yeah, this is actually a good warning from the National Weather Service. A broad but distinct area of rotation here. Oh, is it Brigantine? Brigantine? Gotcha. I'll save that one. Brigantine. Brigantine. There you go. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Atlantic and Ocean counties in New Jersey. We do have the Long Beach Island Trailer Park directly in the path here, as well as the Baker's Acres Campground and the NJSP Station Helistop. So if you know where those places are, you know where this tornado could potentially be going over the next 30 minutes. Take shelter now in Tuckerton, Long Beach Township, and Brigantine. Did you get cameras from Michigan yet? No. I'm supposed to talk to the guys from Michigan weather, but I've just been so busy I haven't been able to. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm just now seeing the thumbnail for today's live stream. Yeah, we could have zoomed in a little bit. Is that the marginal or? Yeah, that's the marginal. There's a big risk area today from, what is that, Oregon, all the way over to South Carolina. Yeah, the rotation is right here. If we have a tornado with this, it's near Pullen Island, north of Bridgeton at this, or Brigantine, sorry. Brigantine, something. You guys know what I'm talking about. Daggone it. It's coming up towards Beach Haven, Venice Beach, the Dunes, Bay Vista. You guys need to be getting ready. This is going to parallel the coast to some extent as it goes up towards Surf City. Now, the Surf City's not included in this warning, but there are 22,000 people directly in the path, so take shelter immediately. Brigantine. Yeah, I got it. Oh, the Grok 4 is dropping right now. I don't know why I know that, but it's popping up everywhere. Yeah, we've had 120 fatalities confirmed just in Texas from the floods over the past 7 days. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota for Benson and Eddy counties. NJ511 website has traffic cams. Do they have cameras for this area? If they do, I just haven't gotten them all. New Jersey. Yeah, like if you look at the traffic cameras for New Jersey, they're all up here. There's like nothing down here. Nothing. The closest one we've got is down here near Cedar Run. And this is what it looks like there. Oh, not that. This. So, yeah, 24 more minutes, though. We're going to continue to watch this as there is continuing to be a tornado warning for Atlantic and Ocean counties in New Jersey. Beach Haven is included in that. We got multiple reports of downed and energized power lines from houses with small flame reported in one corner. Fire departments are already on the scene, establishing command and checking multiple residences in the Bailey Road area of Delaware County, Pennsylvania. So we're still hearing tons of stuff pouring in from the Delaware County, Pennsylvania area. Chin, I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for the super chat. Says, good evening, Ryan. My mom passed away Monday evening. She loved storms and passed her passion for storms on to me. I've gone storm chasing several times. Unfortunately, she never got the chance. She enjoyed watching your channel. Well, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, once again, sorry for your loss. That's awesome that you're carrying the torch, though. My passion for weather was to some degree instilled into me from my grandpa. So I don't know how it happens. I don't know how you end up being such a nerd like me. But there's an element there that it does get passed around, I reckon. Long Beach Township and Beach Haven are still under a tornado warning for 21 more minutes. Now, the rotation is not as intense as it was, but it's still there. So if there's going to be a tornado, it's happening somewhere near Venice Beach here. So hopefully everybody's still in their safe spots. Any updates on Raleigh? Is flooding still possible? I think that that little storm. Yeah, so like we've got a downpour coming through Raleigh right now. And as long as that gets out of Raleigh within the next 30 minutes or so, we're good. If we start seeing more storms forming back here and those kind of hit the same areas over and over again, we might have a problem on our hands. But for right now, we're okay. Rain continues to lessen over here near High Point as well. So the flooding situation is calming down to a degree. Last thing we've got to talk about here, honestly, is the this tornado warning. And, you know, we've got a big line of storms in South Dakota as well that's going to be moving towards Iowa. So there's that. How's Michigan? Michigan's fine. Ain't a thing going on in Michigan. This is what it looks like just north of the tornado warning that we're tracking. We're having a harder and harder time connecting to these cameras here, so we are losing power, it seems, at least intermittently. Yeah, we've got a little bit of a storm about to hit Tom's River, but it's not anything crazy. The real problem that we're going to have is going to be over here near Beach Haven here soon. Strong winds, potential tornado that's going to move up towards Surf City at some point.
Make 3, make 4. Green Meadows Rehab, 283 Lancaster Avenue, the 3rd floor, Wellestown Township, District.
Yeah, there's still about 5,000 people left in this warding polygon. We're still at a high weather intensity score of, I would say, yeah, it's still high. It's at 87. I think we peaked at like 120 something.
BLS 63.
It's gonna keep going down. Things are gonna keep getting calmer.
310 at North Lockport Pike, Profanity Budget and Wires down.
We're listening to the Camden, New Jersey, Camden County Fire and EMS, and we just heard about wires down. So definitely wind damage happening with this. I haven't heard anything that would be specifically like obviously tornado damage, but definitely something to continue to watch here as the storm goes on. Way more than 5 people in the summer. Yeah, that's probably important to point out here. The population, that's like the people that live here. That's like the people that said that they lived here on the 2020 census, right? So there's definitely more people than that here right now, for vacation and stuff like that. So take shelter in Ocean County, New Jersey now. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, the good news is that the rotation is not like it's not as bad as it was, but there is still some rotation here right around Beach Haven. So if there's going to be a spin up tornado, if it's going to happen, unfortunately, it would literally ride right up the beach here. North Haven Beach, then Bay Vista, Haven Beach, Long Beach Township, Ship Bottom. You guys are all in the path.
County Captain 4, go ahead.
This is literally the only live stream I hope will be boring. Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, when these are really exciting, it's usually not a good thing. And honestly, what's happening right now isn't necessarily boring. We've got a lot going on. The only reason I'm yawning is because I woke up this morning thinking that, I'd be going to bed at a normal time. So a lot of times whenever we plan on going late with a live stream, I will wake up late or take a nap in the middle of the day or something.
557 Camden County.
Today, we're just raw dogging it from 6 a.m.
North County. Tower Woods Development, Unit 907 for a 29-year-old female, alcohol detox.
You just got it on the active.
Boulevard, Unit 907, a medical emergency.
Oh, my wife is in chat, and she's informing me that I did not wake up at 6. So I guess today I didn't wake up at 6. So are you saying that I shouldn't be yawning? Is that what you're saying? I've got no reason to yawn?
Clear.
We've got 12 minutes left on our tornado warning here. Bay Vista, Haven Beach, and Long Beach Township. Stay sheltered for 12 more minutes. We've still yet to hear any tornado reports. Like if the rotating part of the storm just went over a very populated part of this area here, near the Sea Spray Motel, the Thundering Surf Water Park, and we haven't heard any reports yet. So hopefully this morning we'll be allowed to expire.
D6 per police, you can proceed it. Copy that.
It was Armored Department in H Hotel 16. Investigate the alarm. Squad 80. 1501 Little Gloucester Road, Armored Department in H Hotel 16. Investigate the alarm.
And by the way, that's what we're listening to. We're listening to the nearby scanner chatter. So if there was anything to hear here, we would hear it. If that makes sense. We're down to a 77.8 weather intensity score. Still getting reports of down energized power lines that have caused a fire impacting at least 5 homes. In Delaware County, energized power lines that have been downed have caused a fire that's impacted at least 5 homes. Reports indicate melted siding and scorching, with evacuations of residents underway. A major multi-agency response is in progress. That's out there between Bailey Road and Brookside Avenue in Delaware County. Delaware County, Pennsylvania has been plumb. Oh, wait, is that Delaware? Yeah, Delaware County, Pennsylvania has been plumb wild today.
I wonder will fire alarm if there's a power surge in the area.
And I received 2 start maintenance, please.
Also, in Camden County, this is Camden County, New Jersey, Fire and EMS. Dispatch reports wires down in front of buses, posing a significant public safety hazard. Can you look at the stuff in North Dakota? Yeah, for sure. Our tornado warning over here in New Jersey has got 7 minutes left on it. We're going to stay sheltered in Long Beach for 7 more minutes. Really quickly, let's go check out the stuff in that's going on over here. We've got a really strong storm coming over towards Valley City with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. A really strong storm up here east of New Rockford as well with 1-inch hail. We've got a severe thunderstorm moving in towards Huron and Plankinton in South Dakota. This is Aurora, Beetle, and Brule counties for the next 37 minutes. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We continue to have this strong storm over here near Wagner and Dante. In Charles Mix and Douglas counties in South Dakota. And then in Nebraska, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Knox County. That's going to continue for 37 more minutes. For the most part, this line of storms is decreasing in intensity as it moves towards Clear Lakes and Sioux Falls. And eventually, Fargo and Grand Forks, you guys are going to get in on some of the fun too. But right now, nothing to worry about, really. And it does look like it'll be less intense, I should say, when it gets to you in Grand Forks. This is what it looks like right now in Grand Forks. Yeah, we got no cameras. We got a huge gap right here, man, that we really need to fill. Thankfully, it seems like every time there's a storm out here, somebody's chasing it. So that's good. That's good. Toms River, New Jersey's got some crazy thunder. Yeah, you guys are about to get hit by a decent storm here in Toms River. It's coming in right now, actually. All the cameras in Toms River are like not working. Five minutes left on the tornado warning. If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking a tornado warning over here in Ocean County, New Jersey. But in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, multiple house fires have been sparked by downed power lines. At least 5 homes are involved, with evacuations in progress and a large-scale fire response underway. This is out there between Brookside Avenue in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and Bailey Road, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Any tornadoes currently in New Jersey? So we have no confirmed tornadoes. We do have a tornado warning that's going to be allowed to expire here very soon. I don't think they'll reissue this for Surf City, but we are going to have a strong storm coming up towards Surf City here soon. It's going to pack some strong winds and stuff, heavy rain, lots of lightning. Toms River and Seaside Heights, you guys are going to get hit by that as well, but we're not talking tornadoes. Three minutes remain on the tornado warning. The rotation, honestly, I can't even point it out anymore. It's honest. It's actually out here.
Expires arriving here at a 4-story multifamily. Nothing shown. We'll be investigating any hazards on where.
32 minutes remain on the flash flood warning that's in effect for Philadelphia. 2 hours remain on the flash flood warning down here between Winston-Salem and High Point and Ashboro and Greensboro.
We are at the entry gate to Taylor Woods. Is there a code that we can use to get in?
$25.57. We have nothing on file.
And we've got less than a minute left on the tornado warning here. Once that tornado warning expires, we are going to be definitely going down on our weather intensity score. I guess you could also call it a scale. You can see here that we've been going down for a while now. Let's back this out to 6 hours. We kind of peaked out here, or we jumped over the threshold to go live around 6:40. And then we've been live for a significant period of time since then. And now things are really starting to calm down. The weather intensity score is expected to get as low as into the 40s here over the next little bit. And if you don't know what the weather intensity score is, it's just imagine it's a thermometer, right? And the higher the number on a thermometer, usually the hotter it is, right? Well, the higher the number on our weather intensity score, the more intense the weather is across the country right now. And it's going down. So things are starting to calm down. things are going to ramp back up tomorrow. I want you guys to know that. Especially in North Carolina, I'm concerned about the flooding again down there. Yeah, and our tornado warning is gone. So we no longer have a tornado warning.
2557.
So, yeah. That's probably going to do it for today. I think we'll call it a night.
34 Potter Street off Grove Street, a medical emergency. DLS 14. 34
And,
Potter Street off Grove Street, a medical emergency.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch very closely down here around Raleigh. If we see any more storms popping up, like I'm starting to see the first beginning stages of some more blips down here. Once again, you got to watch this. If we see training thunderstorms tonight, this could, end up being another big flooding situation. I unfortunately see the new convection down here around Salisbury as well. So any new thunderstorm development that happens down here is going to be a problem as far as our flooding goes, but things should calm down. And tomorrow they'll pick back up. And if the whiz gets out the wazoo again, we will go live again. Otherwise, tune into Y'allbot. You'll love it. I promise you will. If you've never given Y'allbot a chance, give it a chance. You're going to get blown away by it. And if you gave it a chance a year ago and you thought it was not give it another chance. It's gotten a lot better. All right, I'm going to call it. I'm done. We'll see you guys tomorrow, maybe. If not, subscribe, turn notifications on, and you'll get a ding notification next time we go live. I'm going to send you guys over to Y'allbot if you want to keep watching the weather. So sit tight. You should get automatically transported over there.
Okay, 1021, start over to 901.